I mean, it takes a good 5 minutes for the game to load, so. It's a big map, and there's a lot of stuff on it. Yeah, testing that new mod that I made, that was brutal. Because it's, it's essentially just a script mod. And I was hoping to, it was simple enough in theory that I was like, oh, maybe I could, just get it programmed up, get it in the game, test it, tweak a few of the bugs, and then it's done. But no, that's not what happened. Because, nothing on the back end of the scripts, none of that stuff is really documented to any great degree. So it's like you can, even with the source code that I can have, it was still hard. And I have the full script source code for the game. So, because you don't know, the main point of contention, there's a built-in dialogue for the game called just a yes/no dialogue, and that's very simple. It's like, here are two options, yes, no, and all of the examples in the actual game that I could find were passing back a yes variable, right? Which is just a Boolean. Like, hey, did they hit yes? Well, when I did that exact same thing, it didn't work. So I was like, what the hell? Like, I went around. And, so that yes/no dialogue, when it returned and did the callback function on my code, the parameters were different than what I saw as examples of the game using that exact function. So I was just all confused. And so eventually, after hours of tweaking and trying to figure this out, I finally loaded the whole thing up in the debugger, because the Giants does have a debugger tool. I loaded all that in the debugger, and I put watch variables on the scripts and to actually see what was being returned. And I had to add a parameter to my callback function, right? I had to add a parameter in addition to the yes variable, like the Boolean. I had to add another parameter before that, and that is when I got everything working. But it took several hours to get to that point. Okay, so but we do have it in here. So if you go to your vehicles tab, right, and you click on a vehicle, you have a buy another down here, and the hotkey is actually Control C. I was cheeky. I made it Control C, because you're basically buying a copy, right? You're copying this. But what it does, it's a really simple mod, right? It's really simple because what it does is it buys another of the thing you have selected with the exact same parameters and customization. So color options, wheels, tires, capacities, anything that you have selectable as a configuration option, the buy another buys an exact copy of that with all of those variables. Because there are mods coming out now that have a crazy number of configuration options. It's getting to be crazy with all the different configuration options. So I wanted a way to buy another of something and do so without having to memorize what options and colors that I picked already. That way I can have a consistent fleet, right? One of these, I used that feature. Just one of these. And it's this one over here. I used that feature. So I just, I clicked on one, buy another, boom. I didn't have to select the colors. I didn't have to select the options or the tires. It bought another exact copy of it. And that is what that mod does. It's very simple, but my God. So if you're trying to build a farm, and I did submit this to Giant. So this has been submitted on the Mod Hub. It's my first really fully like original mod. All my other mods are basically tweaks of other mods. This is my first fully original mod. Now I'm hoping that it becomes really, really popular and they integrate that feature into the, whatever the next game is, because it's really nice. So if you're doing like a start from scratch series or game, and you want to start small and build your fleet as time goes on, this would be a perfect mod, because you can buy one tractor of, your dream tractor, right? You could buy one tractor. It has all of the cool tweaks and customization, right? And then way down the road, when you get more money, you can buy another one of that exact same kind with all of those same options without having to memorize all of the nitty-gritty like options already. So it's just really handy for building out fleets that you want a consistent. Now, some people don't want that consistency, and that's a style as well. But you can see we've got a couple contracts pending. I have been doing a little bit of work. Obviously, I posted a couple videos. I even posted a short. My channel's one and only short. I had a clip of one of my weeders. There's a couple spots on this road here. It's right in here somewhere. There's a couple spots that absolutely, like, the physics engine just goes wonky, and you're just driving down the road, and then boing, it's like you hit a spring and you get flung up into the air. Now, I don't know why. It's just a flat road, just like all the other roads in this map. So I'm going to have to load the map in the editor and just look at that and go, what is there? Because there's something there. But anyway, because it's not all vehicles, it's just that one in particular. It's weird. But anyway. So one of the things I did is I've now bought all of the land in the block that we have our farm on. So I've got all of this. I've started, obviously, this we've been buying those. We bought these two like a while ago. We already pulled a harvest off of those, and I replanted with carrots. With those two videos I posted Thursday and Friday, those two videos I recorded while I harvested this giant field. I actually also streamed. I was on Discord streaming and recording, and nobody showed up. Nobody popped into voice. But I recorded basically the roughly 2 hours that it took to harvest this giant field, and I got roughly 37 million liters of carrots out of that. But we are... Wait, what's your 10 meters? Okay. Well, that's a lot of up and downs. Okay. There we go. I'm going to cut his grass. It's a mowing contract. He didn't say, the farmer did not say anything about whether or not I can keep the grass. So I'm just going to do him a big favor. And I'm going to keep his field clean. I'm going to take the grass. I'm doing him a big favor. All right. So the next contract is cultivating. Since I harvested 160, now I want to cultivate it. And And I also want some music. Let's put that over top of that. There we go. Okay. So I want to cultivate 160 here, which is why I bought another of the Bednar cultivators. I wanted 5 of them. Now, this is going to consume all of our tractors, so I might have to buy another tractor if we have anything else that I need to get run around. All right, so this let's go course. Giant ass field. Now this field is the size of a base game map, or you know, a map on the console. This is the size of this field. We're gonna do 5. We only need 1 headland. Should we start on the headland? I don't think it really matters, but we'll start in the center just for realism. Okay, and then do this. This is going to take a hot minute. This is a big field. Because remember, it's not only generating the waypoints for my particular tractor, it's generating the waypoints for all of the tractors. All 5 routes. It's pretty brutal. There it is. You can see, I don't know what's up with the little, I don't know why this one has so many arrows and none of these do. It's weird. Okay. So as long as there's no crazy like things that, like a waypoint that goes across, you know, some weird shape, I'm fine. And I don't want the center. I want right to, if we're gonna start them over here, I want to copy that. And there's the cat again, making weird noises. Okay, so this, once we get these started, it's gonna be tricky. Because obviously the next one's going to go right here. But this guy's going to go down and back in the same spot. Yeah, see what I mean? So why don't we get this guy started first? Because his return trip is over there. So he's gonna go down and go over there. Well, I guess that would work no matter what. Okay, I think... the only one we're gonna possibly have an issue with is this one. So, I think... I want to send this one out first. Because this guy's coming back. See that line coming right back? He's coming right back. Which is gonna, you know, this guy, if he's behind him, he's gonna turn around and bump right into that. So I'm gonna pull this guy off here. Just trying to make this as smooth as a process as possible. And then come in here. And well, that was a lag spike and a half. Wow, it's the first time that's happened. Okay, and then you nearest, you go to first. Let him get a little bit of a head start. And then you can go. Kind of a weird pattern, but yeah, just to avoid a collision at the end of the field, we started it that way. And yeah, my FPS, I'm down to 21 FPS, by the way. This game does not handle anything at scale, at like realistic scale. If you want like realistic farming, because there are farms with fields that are even way bigger than this. So yeah, it's rough.
States like Nebraska, oof, their fields are enormous.
Oh man, yeah, you get. I know there was one. Forgot what state I was in, but there was one farm that had one field. One of its fields was 3,000 acres. One field. 3,000 acres. Now remember, a square mile, right, is a section. A square mile, it's how they divvied up farmland in the Midwest. So you have a mile square, that's 640 acres, right? A section, 640 acres. So 3,000 acres. That is a lot. I mean, it's like 5 miles on a side. I mean, it's a huge field. But yeah, it is what it is. So the fields in this game, let's make sure this actually behaves. This goes over here. Good, good, good. Excellent. So this guy is going to just turn around. Or not. What? Wait. What? Did I misunderstand? Where? Did I not? Well, that is a crazy pattern. Why did that come up? Cat, I don't. I don't know what it is you want. Huh? I don't know what it is you want from me. No, what are you doing? God damn. You pick nearest waypoint, and it's like, oh, how about this waypoint that's behind me? No, how about not? Yeah, cat. What do you want? Hmm? We didn't stream last week, so you're going to be just wigging out all day? Hmm? Yeah, just rub on the microphone. There you go. Yep, just rub on the microphone. And then she jumps down. Okay, so our mowing contract is still rocking. We're going to get quite a bit out of that. We've already got a crazy amount of TMR. We have been making TMR for months and months and months. And yeah, we've got 13.5 million liters of TMR. Which is not really worth all that. I mean, 800 grand for 13 million liters. This is not a lot. My rebalance, you know, this map that we're on, and there should be links in the description and everything, for my maps and my mods. Like this we are we're playing, like I worked for like 2 months on this map, customizing it and making all of the on-map crafting things. So all of the like spinnery, all of those things on this map are all been rebalanced. The products have all been rebalanced. The values, the yields, everything has been rebalanced to try to be as close to realistic as possible. So things like hay, silage, you know, things like that, straw is worth very little, because realistically it is worth very little. So you don't, like, farmers don't make huge volumes of money on hay. They just don't. Oh, Jesus. Where are you going? Is this going to be an ongoing thing? When you don't get what you want, you really know how to be a little shit, don't you? She gets into all the shit that I tell her not to in the day. She's like, "All right, I'm not gonna get the attention I want. There's a little bank of stuff in the back of her head that's like, all the stuff that I'm not supposed to mess with. I'm gonna mess with all of it."
You ever found poo in your shoes?
No, she doesn't do that. Thank God. There was a mousy in one of my shoes, though.
Oh boy.
No, but like playing with cords. So like my PlayStation cord, she just fucked with my PlayStation cord, knocked my PlayStation thing off. So it's like, yeah, he knows not to bite on cords, but it's like, it's funny. It's like a heroin addict. She sees a cord, she sees like a dangly cord, and it's like, she just has to. It's just this weird psychological, like, that's like an addict. Like she's addicted to, cords. So she can't let a cord, like, I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know, like, evolutionarily, like, why is that a thing? It's not like there were cords out in the wild that it's just weird.
The only thing I can think of is either tales of mice and rats, or perhaps snakes. I've heard that cats are very good taking out snakes.
I mean, I'm sure some are, but they're mostly afraid of snakes. Like, you get a toy snake and you put it on the floor, a cat will not like it. But their reaction time is fast enough; they can avoid snake bites. So,
yep.
But yeah, it's just weird. Like, I'm just thinking of, like, vines in a jungle and the cat just, like, batting at the vine. Like, what? Why is this behavior so ingrained that you just can't resist? And the tails of things, that could be it. But typically those things are running away fast. Like mice or any rodent is going to be running very fast away from a cat. So, okay, can we speed this up, please? Taking 6 years to cross the field is why you've been having so many problems. Oh. Thank you. Okay. So yesterday, you talk about, people not touching grass. Yesterday, I touched a lot of grass. I was outside working. I went out, I don't even know how to introduce this. My dad's new girlfriend. I won't even get into that. But she's like renovating her house. She's doing a shitload of work on the house. She's basically prepping it to sell it. And so I've been going out there and doing like handyman work, putting furniture together, hanging things on walls, just stuff that, in her, late 60s, early 70s, she's just not capable of. And my dad, being legally blind, he can't do it either. So I'm out there doing it. So anyway, I go out there yesterday morning. I'm out there by 9 o'clock. So it was a really early morning. And basically outside working. And our high temperature yesterday, it was like 94. It was really hot yesterday. And what did I do in the yard? I was hauling cement blocks. So to say that I was sore this morning, yeah, hauling those cement blocks, holy Jesus. I mean, moving them from point A to point B, I mean, like, I don't know how many calories I burned yesterday, but it was a lot. I was about, when we basically got done with what we were able to do by about 3:30, which is like the height of heat, right? That's our high noon. It's like, it's in the afternoon, but it's our high noon. But like the peak amount of heat about 3:30, and I'm like, we have to be done, because there's just no way to be able to do this So we get done, and I was probably about 15 minutes away from getting full heat stroke. Like, it was close. It was really close. It was brutally hot. So yeah, I got home last night and cooled off, took a shower, and just did as much like vegging as possible because I was exhausted. And boy did I sleep. I had to get up a couple times to use the bathroom at night because I drank like 5 bottles of water. And when you're that hot and you're working, you can drink a huge amount of water and not ever use the bathroom. Well, the moment you stop and you start cooling off and your body is like, it's cool, well, then your kidneys go into overdrive, and it's like, okay, now we've taken in, now we need to go out. So it's a crazy process, but yeah, it's I did this all the time when I worked at the cabinet shop. I'd go through 3-4 liters of water while we were on an install in a hot, non-air conditioned house, and then get home and every 20 minutes have to get up and use the bathroom. But I'd go through a lot of water. It's a good period.
Isn't it also funny? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Isn't it funny how delicious that water is too?
God. Yeah. Well, yeah. When it's 90 degrees and you're in blue jeans and your body temperature is probably approaching like 101. Like, you take some water and it's like, oh. Like, we were in the middle of moving rocks, and my dad did help for a lot of it. And we were talking about it, and like, we were exhausted. Like, we had to take a few breaks. We were in the middle of it where I have to go sit in the shade because a lot of it was just in the sun. And I was wearing a hat, I had sunscreen on, and I was so hot, and we would have to stop and be like, I need to just not move for a little bit because it was. And we got to talking. We're like, how do people like roofers, the guys who are up on roofs, putting in shingles or flat top roofs, putting in tar, you're on a dark surface in the worst possible place at the worst heat imaginable. How are these, like, how many roofers die every year from heat stroke? Like, because it would hit fast up on a roof. Like, it would hit you fast. To me, it was crazy how hot it was. And I was just in the backyard of somebody's house. Like, I could not imagine being up on a black tar roof. Like, that would be miserable. People, we don't give people who do those jobs enough props and credit because, yeah, a lot of them make really good money, but dear God. Maybe it's just because, I was born and raised in the north, and I am very well acclimated to cold weather, right? Because that's 9 months out of the year, it's cold. And so, it hits between 55 and 65, and I'm good. 55 and 65 is like my normal weather. Because that's the vast majority of our year is, pretty much between like 45 and 65. And so that weather is perfect. I'm well acclimated to that. And then obviously the brutal winters, you can't acclimate to minus 30. I'm sorry, you just can't. there is, maybe the Inuits in the northern Canada, they have coping mechanisms, but the body can't acclimate to it. You can't survive in that. So Your heat index hit 126 degrees. Woo, baby. Oh, 60% humidity. Huh. Yeah, that's deadly. That is weather that you cannot escape. That heat and humidity, unless you have air conditioning, you are going to die. Because there's no way for your body to cool itself. When it's that hot and that humid, how do you sweat? You can sweat, but it's not going to go anywhere, right? Because it doesn't evaporate. And so the body, once the heat stroke hits, when the body loses its ability to actually cool itself through sweat, because that's how it does it. And yeah, that, Jay, is insane. Like, that's deadly weather. Deadly. But it also makes me laugh when I see, like, a European news story that's like, we hit 76 degrees, it's deadly weather, right? Heat, like, beware the heat, it's 76. And it's like, 72 is room temperature.
That's rookie numbers.
Right, 72 is defined as room. When you see a bottle and it says store at room temperature is 72 degrees. Okay? So 76 is just a little bit of spice on top of that. That's nothing. Like, and yeah, they don't have air conditioning because they've fucking outlawed it or something, because it's like, hey, how about this really cool, useful thing? Oh, we're gonna outlaw that. Yeah. Yeah. 126 though. That mad props for surviving that shit, because that is brutal. That's why, like, my folks go down to Arizona for the winter time. They're snowbirds, so they go down to Arizona. And the thing about Arizona, the saying is, it's a dry heat, right? There's even a line in the movie Aliens, but it's a dry heat. And I've experienced that. I've been to Las Vegas in August. You know, you walk outside, it's 1 a.m. and it's 98 degrees at 1 a.m. I've experienced that, but it's a dry heat. And why does that make a difference? Because your sweat evaporates. And your sweat is actually able to, but you go through a unholy amount of water. So if you don't have water nearby, you're dead. It's just deadly. It's absolutely deadly.
And not to mention, there's less heat capacity because of the lower humidity as well.
Less heat capacity?
Yeah. Water is insane as far as the amount of heat that it can store compared to most materials. Right. So when it's really humid, that, you know, you have, let's say, a square block of it, or a cube block of it, that has way more heat capacity than something that's higher temperature, even with a lower humidity.
But water. Okay, here's the thing about water vapor. Water vapor is one of the greenhouse gases, believe it or not. Water vapor is an incredibly potent trapper of heat. Okay, so the more water vapor that's in the air, aka the higher the humidity, the more heat is actually saved, right? Stored in, like, think of it like a battery, like a heat battery. The more water vapor, the more capacity it has for just storing heat. Which is also why in the desert of Arizona or other places, when the sun goes down, it can get crazy cold really fast. Yep. Right? Because there's no moisture in the air. None of that heat is actually trapped. Whereas, like, Georgia or Florida or one of the other drippy, moist states, the sun goes down, it doesn't make a damn bit of difference, because there is so much heat, like, storage. The moisture in the air just stores that heat for an incredible amount of time. And so the sun goes down, well, it's still 60% humidity and, 100 degrees, because it's like all of that heat is now stored in the air, and is going to be let off just like, like a trickle. But also the amount of moisture in the air does increase its capacity for storing that heat, right? So it's just a really interesting, when you look at the atmospheric dynamics and you look at like what's going on, and I could go on and on about climate change, and I hate the rhetoric of climate change on both sides. I think both sides have tried to weaponize it, both for and against. And everybody who talks about it doesn't actually talk about the science. They don't talk about actually what the numbers are. They're just talking about all the consequences and all we need to do this, and it's like no. Let's just talk about what's going on in the atmosphere. Like, nobody's actually trying to teach people that.
Both sides get swamped down with trying to portray the opposite side as being so evil because of their particulate.
Right, and it's usually down to monetary policy. You've got the net zero in UK that's destroying its economy. I mean, the economy of the UK is less than the economy of Mississippi, which is it's like the 49th or 50th economy in the United States. So the UK right now, their economy is worse than Mississippi. Okay, and this is like raw numbers, GDP, like everything. So, and this whole net zero policy that did it. Now, when you're looking at climate change and you're looking at, okay, what are the numbers? The actual facts, right? Whether you interpret them, however you interpret them, whatever, the actual facts is so far humans have bumped roughly 500 billion tons of CO2 in the atmosphere since the onset of the Industrial Revolution. 500 billion tons. Okay, now in any system, in any natural system, doing something like that will have consequences. Okay, you cannot introduce that much greenhouse gas into a system and not have consequences, right? And those consequences pile on top of natural climate changes. So you have natural climate fluctuations, and then you have additional climate pressures that we have introduced because we've burned an unholy amount of fossil fuels. Now, I don't look at that necessarily as a bad thing, right? Humans are very adept at finding and reintroducing the carbon that was sequestered back into the ecosystem. Okay, the Earth, had humans never come around, the Earth likely would have ended in a few million years in a frozen ball of ice. It would have frozen over because there would have been so little carbon, like carbon dioxide in the air. We would have just gotten colder and colder and colder and colder, and eventually we would have had another snowball Earth, which happened before in the past. It did happen once. It would have happened again. And the way that it was stopped in the past, the time that it happened before, was a volcanic eruption of unholy magnitude started and essentially reintroduced huge volumes of carbon dioxide and methane into the air, which slowly, over a period of about 30 million years, got us out of it. Okay, but the carbon dioxide was, the Earth needs it to be warm enough to sustain life. The volcanic impact, yes, but it's the time scale is different. Okay, when a volcano erupts, depending on the volcano, it's a little burst. It's a fart. It's a little burst of CO2 and methane and all the other things. It's like it's just this burp that has an effect over a couple years, and then it's gone, right? So you have events in the past, like the Little Ice Age, and there was I think a famine back in the Middle Ages caused by a giant volcano eruption, and they last 2 or 3 years of really bizarre weather, and then they go away. Okay, so you have little events like that. The volcanoes are the cause, but it very quickly dissipates and goes back to normal. What we have done is over a span of about 100 years, 150 years, depending on your origin, we have introduced orders of magnitude more greenhouse gas than a typical volcano. Okay? Billions upon billions of tons of CO2. Now, we've done that in a time frame that has no other natural there's no other system or process on the earth that could do that at that scale in that short amount of time. The Siberian Traps, for example, which was a volcanic eruption that led to one of the worst extinction events. Well, that was an eruption that took place over like 30 million years, right? It took 30 million years for the Siberian Traps to so catastrophically change the atmosphere that it led to a mass extinction. One of the, I think the worst, like 98% of species died. 98% of all life died because of that, but it took 30 million years for that to do that. We have introduced similar amounts in 150 years. Not 30 million years, 150 years. So when you look at climate change and you look at some of the scientists who are like, yeah, we're in the danger zone because of how fast it's been happening. The big issue is the speed at which we've done it. The climate, it takes a while. The global climate system is so big that it takes a while for, like, the CO2 concentration, okay? It's not an instant cause effect. And this is where a lot of the bullshit rhetoric, right? You have like Al Gore doing these crazy predictions back in, like, what was it, 2005 or something like that? Like, he does these crazy predictions, and it's like, we have to stop doing that. We have to stop doing that. We can do the climate models, and we can see what the temperatures are going to be. We have to stop predicting sea level rise and stuff like this. We have to stop predicting weather on climate, because climate is a big scale, and it takes years for the climate to then affect the weather. It takes years because we've found a lot of evidence, and we're looking at this and going, why are things dire now? Well, there are things that we have discovered in the last 20 years that we're like, okay, we didn't know that, we didn't know that, we didn't know that, we didn't know that. So there's things that we've found and discovered that's like, okay, now we're starting to understand this a lot more, right? We're actually understanding it. Not to say that we completely understand it, but we have many more variables that we can follow and track. One of those is just how much heat the ocean has absorbed, right? Just how much energy and CO2 the ocean has actually absorbed. We didn't know that before. So now we're like, okay, well, we didn't know this. This affects our predictions. And so, yeah, it's one of those, like, it's one of those things that you just have to look at and say, okay, if you look at the facts and you look at what the numbers say, and when they run these climate models, right, every iteration of these, every time they run these, and there's an international body of hundreds of scientists that work on this, right, and they're always debating and trying to find evidence and trying to find evidence against things, and it's just this giant international body, And so what they do is they run these simulations with a huge number of variables, right? And so they run these and they're like, all right, what's our average CO2 output every year? On this is a global scale, right? What's our CO2 output every year? What is the trend? And let's run these simulations with like worst case, best case, and a whole bunch of in between, right? Just what are these numbers, right? Let's run the simulation 100 times with all of these different variables. Then they take those and they say, okay, this, you could follow this track, and this track is, if nothing is ever done, or this track is if we, if the process towards renewables, accelerates, and blah, you have all these different variables, right? And what they do when they put out one of their papers and they put out like, hey, this is our grand prediction of temperature rise and blah, 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 blah. What they do is they aggregate and they average all of those simulations. And they say, okay, we have best case, we have worst case, and we have a ton of them in between. What's the average? What is the average outcome of all of these? Right? If you average the outcome, and the average outcome is bad. Okay? The average outcome is bad. So they put out and they say, well, we're going to expect this much temperature rise, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, then the left and the right take that and they just run with it with their crazy fear rhetoric. And it's like, that doesn't help anybody. It really doesn't. If you take one of those reports and you start doing rhetoric and predictions and blah blah blah, people are gonna laugh at you. It's not gonna get anywhere. But if you actually talk to them about the science and say, 10 years ago, scientists were saying we need to do something now, otherwise we're looking at a 1.5 degree average rise. Okay, and people laughed at that. 1.5 degrees, that's 1.5 Celsius, by the way, 1.5 degrees Celsius. People laughed at that. Like, well, who cares? 1.5 degrees? Well, that's that's a misnomer, right? 1.5 degrees in certain areas is the difference between habitability and non-habitability, between people living there and people fleeing there, right? So what's going to happen when you have millions of people displaced because it's too hot? What happens when arable land becomes desert? Because there are areas of the world where that difference means you can grow crops and you can't. There are thin margins. But you also have to remember, this is the average. There are going to be places that are hotter, and there are going to be places that are not. So this is the average. The Arctic is heating up much faster than the rest of the world, right? 4 times faster. It's highly susceptible to swings in temperature. Highly susceptible. So you have to the climate change rhetoric is not one of doom and gloom. It is one of mass migration and famine. That's the rhetoric, right? Texas used to be swamp and massive cattle farms. Massive. Right? Huge cattle farms. I mean, there were periods of the frontier where they would run their cattle from Texas all the way up to Chicago. Just huge herds going up, like huge herds. Because Texas was a phenomenal grazing. Grasslands, lush, phenomenal grazings. Now, mostly desert. Mostly desert. It's difficult to get stuff growing in large parts of Texas, especially like the Panhandle. So the climate is changing. That I can guarantee you that. Living in the north, climate is changing. I see it every year. And it's like, yep, it's changing. I just wish we could kind of get back to what are the facts, what are the possible consequences, and talking about the actual consequences. Mass migration and famine. Because this is what's going to happen. Right? You have the equatorial band around the Earth. How many people live around that band? Now, how many people are going to have to flee because it's uninhabitable? You already have crazy areas that are in danger of basically being uninhabitable, but the biggest thing about climate change that I tell people when because people like, you know, goldfish attention spans means we have 20 seconds before our brains move on to the next thing. So what I try to tell people in a nutshell is what climate change is doing. You take any weather event that can happen or that does happen. You take any weather event, whether that's rain, whether that's not rain, whether that's snow, whether that's a tornado. What you do is you just take the severity dial and what we're doing is we're dialing that severity dial up, right? Like a volume knob. We're taking that volume knob and we're just like, all right, well, this year we would have gotten, 1.5 inches of rain. Well, how about 0? Or how about 5? Or 10? Right? We're taking that and we're saying, well, this knob can be dialed and be extreme in any one direction. And yeah, you have variability in weather. You have drought years, you have wet years, you have all of that. But even in that same cycle, you have extreme. You have feast and famine, basically. So an example here with this super El Nino that formed, again, super El Nino, it's great rhetoric, everybody. This really strong El Nino that formed. Well, June, I don't know what Aus's weather was like, but in June, we had a crazy amount of rain. Crazy amount. Like, it was one of the wettest Junes I have ever experienced. Like, it was every day. There were days where we had like three separate thunderstorms pass in a single day. Right? Crazy wet. I don't know how many total inches we got. It must have been upwards of 5 or 6 inches of rain in June. July, it hasn't rained once. Not once. We're almost at the end of July, and we have not gotten rain once. It has been in the 90 degree, 80 degree, even 100 degree weather and windy and no rain at all. It is so dry. It is so dry outside. I was working out there yesterday. It is, we're going to be under a red flag warning this week. Like, it is supposed to be 80 or it's supposed to be 90s to 100 all week. No rain. And it's parchment dry outside. So I if we're not already, we will be under a red flag warning, which is fire warning. Not to mention the fact that it seems like everywhere is on fire right now, but yeah, we are incredibly dry right now. So we went from record rainfall in June to 0 rain in July. 0. That's crazy. So I'm sure the farmers in June were like, "Oh my God, it's going to be a bumper crop this year, right? Like, oh, look at all this moisture. It's just beautiful." Nah. It's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. We haven't gotten any rain. All the crops in the ground, they all grew like crazy in June. In July, they're just like nothing. Whatever water remains in the soil, that's probably long gone by now. I don't know how long it takes, but it's gonna be a rough winter. I would definitely buy some wheat futures right now. The wheat crop this year is going to be horribly bad with how dry it's been. And I watch a bunch of farming YouTubers, and one of them is a custom harvester, and the wheat crop has been so bad. I mean, they start in Texas. They start in Texas, and they go up, basically up. They do most of Texas, and they go up to Nebraska. And the wheat is just non-existent. It's so bad. So it's like, what do you do? So I'm sure the price of wheat is going to skyrocket come fall, because all the farmers that had stored wheat from last year, a good crop last year. There were probably a bunch of grain bins in the country that had huge volumes of wheat waiting for the prices to go up. And I'm sure the prices are going to go up. And so all of that wheat is going to get sold away. And once that's gone, let's hope to God we have next year where like the harvest is actually good, because you get a couple of years of really bad crop and now suddenly food is a problem. So climate change is one of those, like, it's one of those variables that you can't ignore. And you can't dismiss it. I'm sorry, you just can't. Climate is changing. Whether you believe it's natural forces or not, the consequences aren't going to change. And we're not ready for them. Even if you think that humans had nothing to do with it, the climate is still changing. It's still warming up massively. And that's where we get into Os's point. The moisture in the air traps heat. The hotter the earth is, the more heat that's trapped generates more water vapor, which traps more heat, which makes more water vapor, which traps more heat. There are several feedback loops that we've identified that are very, very bad if they're left unchecked. Very, very bad. But in many ways, the earth will survive. I'm not worried about that. The earth will survive. It's our way of life that's at risk. And that's the fundamentals of it. The earth will survive. The earth has survived worse. But
we'll probably lose a lot of biodiversity, and
right.
we're just one of those corpses on the pile.
Right. I mean, the Earth has gone through 4 separate mass extinction events, and it's bounced back every time. So it's like, whatever comes after us, they're gonna look at the bones of our civilization and go, what happened here? Just like we looked at the dinosaurs. There's elements of our civilization that'll survive, but the resources are going to get scarce enough. Water, everything else, that there's going to be wars fought over water, and there's going to be wars fought over energy. Because it's bad. The other thing that's happening is if you go to like any store and you buy a packet of seeds, whether it's wildflowers or tomatoes or whatever it is, right? You have seeds. Most of these packets, if you look at the back, show like banding across the U.S. that shows like when you plant. Like, plant here in like March, plant here in April, plant here in May, and those bands, those growth bands, season bands, they're drifting north. They're getting more and more north. So what's happening is you have like this gradient effect where you have the temperature bands that are moving north. And so like Florida, Louisiana, Texas, they're getting weather today that central Mexico got 50 years ago. okay, that weather is going north, and it will soon be in Kansas. Okay, so that the weather that they're experiencing over year average weather is going north, right? All of these weather bands are going north, and it's doing it faster, right? This is the crux. It's doing it faster than any other natural force has done it in Earth's history. Usually, these things take hundreds, at least thousands of years. Hundreds of years is not long enough. Thousands of years to change that. Okay, if we look at like the ice cores and we look at the ice ages, the intermediate point between ice ages, the time when you have like peak cold for an ice age back to normal temperatures or warmer temperatures, that time span is like 5,000 years. It takes like 5,000 years for that for the Earth to sort of recover, and then you have a period of 50 to 100,000 years or so of just average, and then the transition from we're going to be getting into some problems here, I think. This is why I've been monitoring this. I knew we were going to run into something here. So it takes like several thousand years for the Earth to sort of flip the script from one to another, one extreme to another. Well, we're doing it in 200 years. So all of the other natural forces, all of the other things that the Earth has evolved in that amount of time, they don't work at those scales. They don't operate at those scales. Trying to find where does this go up here? Okay, so you come in here. Okay. So I'm just going to give this guy... You go. Even though we've already done that, I'm going to do it again. So like you have bird migrations, you have insects, you have all of these other natural forces that the Earth has that has evolved. None of those operate in the decade timescale. Evolution is not that fast. Not even close. So the problem is, what we're doing is we're altering the climate faster than the Earth can compensate evolutionarily. Right? And what that means is, like what's been happening, huge amounts of species are going to go extinct because they just cannot cope. They cannot they can't adapt fast enough. And so you're going to get a lot of... So humans, we are a natural force. Believe it or not, we are a natural force. We are a force that evolved on this planet, and we are unique. And the way I put it, my dad and I get into these discussions all the time. The way I put it is, what the Earth needed before we appeared, what the Earth needed, because it was cooling. We were in these ice age cycle, which started sequestering a huge amount of carbon. Okay, and every time one of these cycles finished, there was a little less CO2 in the atmosphere. And so it was slowly through like coral, through many forces, plants, biomass, you are sequestering a huge amount of CO2, of carbon. Let's just put it as that, carbon. Well, what that leads to is a frozen Earth. So the Earth doesn't think like this. Obviously, there's no intelligence behind it. But the Earth needed carbon, right? And the natural process of... I can't believe we're going to finish this cultivating contract before that damn mowing contract. The fields are so vastly different in size. You have what is this? 630 acres, and this one is 78 acres, and we're gonna finish this one first. That's crazy. So you have the Earth that desperately needs carbon, and the random volcanic shit it operates on way too slow of a scale. Right? We're talking it would take millions of years for some random volcano to punch up through a random like coal vein and be like, oh, here's a bunch of carbon, right? Here's a bunch of carbon introduced. So what happens? Humans come around and we evolve, and we're really uniquely adept at finding and exploiting anything on the natural world. We are very good at it. And our evolution is not physical evolution. Once Homo sapiens dominated that period of evolution, there were dozens of other experiments very much similar to us, humanoid, but different in a myriad ways, right? Genetically, socially, there were all these different experiments. This is how nature works. And Homo sapiens, very quickly, once we developed, we very quickly dominated the world in a very rapid pace. We took out all of our competitors and we dominated. But we are very, very good. I'm gonna finish this field, damn it, even though the contract's over. We are very, very good at finding and exploiting natural forces. So what did we do when we discovered energy? Well, we found ways of finding it very explicitly and reintroducing those elements back into the atmosphere. And that's what the Earth needed. The Earth desperately needed that. And that's what we do. So we are a natural force. We are basically just like an asteroid hitting the Earth. We are a natural force, but we are inherently destructive. Inherently, just how our nature is. We're inherently destructive. And again, it's not it's not to say that we're bad or evil. It's just our nature. We evolved on this planet just like everything else evolved on this planet. And we are just adept at reintroducing all this carbon. We have introduced more carbon. We like millions of years of carbon sequestration we have already reintroduced into the atmosphere. Already. Think about how much coal we've burned in the last 150 years. Right? That coal was made 500 million years ago during the Carboniferous period. That coal has been sitting in the ground, untouched, unused, for 500 million years. That coal was there when the dinosaurs were around. That's how old that coal is. The dinosaurs, they had no way of digging it up out of the ground. What are they going to do? I don't know why this thing stops so fast. So, you know, the dinosaurs are roaming around the earth, stomping all over the place with huge volumes of coal underneath their feet. Huge volumes. Not to mention the oil that was even deeper. And the oil goes back all the way to the really early Earth when you had algae in shallow seas for millions of years. That's where the oil comes from. The coal and the oil are not from the fucking dinosaurs. I really hate when I hear people posting about that. When I see people talking about, you know, we're burning dinosaurs, it's like, oh my god, this is our education system is so failed. No, all of our fossil fuels wildly predate the dinosaur. Wildly. Way back. Carboniferous is where coal comes from, because our coal seams came from the first trees that evolved. And the reason why it was unique is these trees evolved, and it's a specific protein that causes trees to be able to grow. What is it called? Like lignin or something like that? It's an L word. There's an L word. It's a specific protein that's really strong. It allows trees to grow really tall. Well, that developed, that evolved, and suddenly plants, it was a really big benefit to plants to grow really tall. And so you had these huge trees. Well, that evolved before anything evolved to decompose that specific protein. It was too hard and too complex. Nothing existed to decompose it, right? There's no algae, there's no insect, there's nothing that could take that lignin, I think it's lignin, and decompose it and strip it and turn it into something else entirely. And so you had about a 60 million year period of forests all over the earth. This is the age of insects. There were no animals on land. It was just insects. And this is when, you know, you had dragonflies with 6-foot wingspan, because there was so much oxygen in the air because of all of the trees and all of the plant life. Well, there was nothing to decompose these trees. So all of this tree material, you know, trees would grow, die, fall over, and they just sit there. There was nothing to decompose them. And so you had millions of years of forests getting buried because nothing was decomposing the wood. So you have 60 million years of trees all compressed down into a seam, and that's where our coal comes from. So I bet none of you guys thought you were going to go to school today when you came here to watch this, but and the oil, in similar fashion, an oil comes from the early oceans when we had algae blooms of the likes of which we've never seen before. And these algae blooms would just be constant, right? This is where the oxygen in our atmosphere comes from, is algae. Oceanic algae still accounts for about 40 to 60% of all of the oxygen that we breathe. Right? It's not rainforests, right? It's not any of that. It's algae blooms. It's still huge amounts of oxygen because it converts CO2 into oxygen and then basically dies and falls to the ocean floor. That's what it does. And it doesn't decompose. The process of decomposing reintroduces that back into the atmosphere. So it's basically a net zero. It's not a gain. It's not a gain or a loss. It's basically flat. Net neutral, I think they call it. So right now, if you wanted to reduce your carbon footprint, you could go plant a tree, right? But if and when that tree grows up, if somebody cuts it down and turns it into firewood and burns it, guess what? You didn't sequester shit, right? So you have to not use the carbon if you want to sequester it. So decomposing, this is why the fact that early wood was not decomposed, decomposing reintroduces that carbon into the atmosphere. So anyway, the humans as a natural force, we are very, very good at reintroducing this carbon, and our way of life is going to be very much upended because of it. And that, you know, that's, again, I'm not making that statement as a good thing or a bad thing. It just is. You know, our rhetoric around it is very polarizing, and every side wants to get something out of it. And if you just stop and basically like you just think about it for a bit, it's, you know, it is what it is. But the main concern for me, and I think a lot of people, is essentially like famine and mass migration. As we've seen, the consequences you know, of those is not good. It's very disruptive, especially if the people aren't good people. Like, if the people who are doing it seek to exploit wherever they go and only seek to consume, then that's a problem.
And I kind of like Al Gore putting out, you know, a city's worth of CO2 into the air to warn everybody.
Yeah, the fact that the same people who are talking about like how the evils of climate change are doing so by getting on their private jets, that's just
Yeah.
it's just one of the most hypocritical things, and I abhor hypocrisy. I do. Like, I see it everywhere, and it's like, God, if we could just not have so much hypocritical bullshit, my God, our species, man, we would be, I think, like, if we find an alien species and that alien species has conquered space, like, if we ever come across a really advanced species that even looks remotely human, like Star Trekian, one thing that their civilization will not have, one thing their species won't have, is hypocrisy, because it is one of the most destructive elements, because it inherently breeds distrust. If you have, let's say, one of the funniest examples, if you have a politician, right, who rails against the gay lifestyle, gay community, and then is caught soliciting relations in such a way of that same thing, right? What happens to that credibility? What happens to them And what happens to society at large? To trust other people with the same rhetoric, right? The overall consequence to trust is pretty absolute, right? Because how likely are you going to trust a politician when so many of them are hypocritical? Nobody's going to trust that shit. So all it does is damage the overall system, an overall attempt to do good, because you can't ever trust what somebody says. Because there's so much hypocrisy. Our species is like built on it. Do as I say, not as I do. I mean, that basically personifies my dad. I mean, it's so crazy. A lifelong smoker telling us not to smoke. You know, it's like, yeah, I get it. You've been down that road, but dear God, you know, the guy had to get a surgery to lose weight, and he's telling me I should eat better. You know, you just need to eat better and exercise more. And I'm like, it's not that easy. And he's like, sure it is. And I'm like, well, why didn't you do it then? He's like, well, you know, I struggled all my life with weight and blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Like, it's just the hypocrisy. I have zero tolerance for hypocrisy. And I probably hit it myself a few times, and I try to be very, very sensitive to that. But Jesus, I see it all the time in the rhetoric in the world. I just see it all the time. You were going to say something?
No, I was just adding to what you were saying. Or maybe I laughed. I can't remember. It wasn't anything particular.
Yeah, it was funny. We, like, one of our conversations, when he's finally stopped bringing it up, but one of our conversations, when I'm just like, I'm at like the I don't give a shit anymore sort of phase, and it's like, we got to this conversation, and I was like, you know, he started saying this because, yeah, I'm about 50 pounds overweight, and I've literally been the same weight for 20 years. It's like, I'm not growing, I'm not shrinking, I've somehow maintained the same weight for 20 years. So it's like, I call it my natural weight, because it's just like, this is how much I weigh, and this is how much I've weighed for so long. Anyway, the conversation I had with him about it, I was like, you had a surgery? He goes, yeah, but you know, they approved the surgery, but they told me, and my dad is telling me this. I'm just going to put that out there. He goes, before they agreed to do the surgery, they said I had to lose 30 pounds. Right? So he goes, yeah, I went out and I started eating right, and I would go, and you know, there was a tall building like a 6-story tall building near him, and he would just go and like run the stairs. It was like, I think it was a hospital, and he got permission to run the stairs, and so he would just go up and down the stairs, and in like a month or two, he lost 30 pounds. And I told him, I was like, I looked at him after he told me that, and I'm like, why didn't you just keep doing that? Why did you get the surgery? Because the surgery, it's not something you want to do, it's something you have to do, right? And I'm like, why didn't you just keep doing what you were doing to lose the 30 pounds and just keep going? He's like, well, I knew I wouldn't be able to do it. I knew I wouldn't be able to keep up. And I was just like, yeah, it's not easy. Stop trying to make it sound easy, man. Like, stop talking to me like it's easy to do this.
Yeah, a lot of those surgeries aren't good. A family friend a long time ago, this was some time ago, so maybe the stuff has improved or the criteria has improved, but she got her stomach stapled, and then she ended up losing so much weight that eventually she threw something in her system. I want to say through a clot, but that doesn't sound quite right. But yeah, she died as a result.
Hmm.
And it was complications as a result.
Yeah, it's not like any surgery is potentially dangerous. Like any surgery.
Yep.
Oh, finally.
You only want to go on under the knife when the chances of survival are better than without. Or quality of life is just that much better.
And hey, Arm.
Yep, hi, Arm.
Okay, so let's jumpity jump over here. See how much awesome grass we got. 1.7 million liters. Let's grab all of this on our way by. Oh, wiggle. Okay. And we can hand that in. And that. A lot of harvests. A lot of oats. It's harvest season. A lot of a lot of yellow. Oh yeah, I was going to show the wood. Okay, so I should probably have rephrased that, but nope, that's not it. Where's my truck? There it is. So I cleared this little patch of wood back here. Okay, because I now own all of this plot except for the little vehicle dealership, but we'll think about that later. Can't really do anything about that. But so I bought this whole, and I now own this whole plot, and I've been slowly harvesting everything because what I want to do is I want to use this half, at least this half for grass. Okay. And then this half, or is like whatever I need of this half, maybe even this quarter. So it might be 3/4 grass, right? Which would be a lot. That would be a lot. It'd be, let's see, it would be 640. This is 640 acres roughly, because these are sections. These are square miles. So this would be, what is a fourth of 640? That would be 4. Would be 114. Like, it's like 130-ish acres times 3. Anyway, it would be 3/4 of a section, and then we'd have a single quarter for the farm. So this entire quarter would be cow barns, any factories we want to add, any of that stuff. Because the reason I have this is it's very centrally located. And so this little area here would be basically the farm, and then this would be grass, which would allow me to just drive over the top if I'm trying to get somewhere. So I cleared this little patch here out of wood. And how much wood did I get? 5 million liters of wood from that patch, right? Yeah, 5 million liters. And this is my custom logging trailer. And I built, I don't know if you noticed over there, I built my custom sawmill. And my custom sawmill works great with my custom wood trailer. So all you need to do with this is pull up next to a log and it'll pull the log in. And treat it like a fill type rather than like a log. So then we have to come in here and I have to remember which side. It's the other side, I think. Yeah, it's this side. So we just pull over this, and now I say we can dump the wood. And the wood is going in here. Oh, thanks, Arm. 390 acres. 390 acres of grass to make hay is, that's a lot. That'd be a lot. I'd be able to support quite a lot of cows on that. I'd probably need some more TMR making, because, okay. So this is now all the wood. So I might as well just park this somewhere over here. So now what do we want to do with this wood? Well, we're going to do planks, long, and beams. And I have hold internal on here. So I'm hoping, because I have a mod, I have the distribution redo mod, which gives you way more control over automatic distribution. And I don't want these to go anywhere. I want them to stay here, right? Because I want to make prefab wall, which is really expensive, right? To make prefab wall. So I've rebalanced all of these productions. These are all rebalanced. And I, across the board, tried to get as close to a 10% profit margin as I could. Okay? So, yeah, this prefab wall per month costs $252,000 to run. So you better make sure this thing has enough product to actually do that, because that would be a huge waste of money if you... It's what it is imagine you own the business and you have to hire workers and you have to have maintenance on machinery and new saw blades and glue and blah 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 blah, right? How much does that cost? And you try for a profit margin and you want as much profit as possible. But I was talking to one of my family members ran a business for 40 years. And anytime they bid on a contract, they tried to have a 10% profit margin, right? They wanted 10%. Now, if they found that a job was easier or they were able to do it faster, they just were able to eke out a little bit of extra profit. But 10% was what they were trying for. So across the board on all of the factories on the map, because there's a bunch of them that are built into the map, right? Not the animal dealer, the oil plant here. So all of these factories that are on the map, I rebalance them. Here's another one over here, the carpenter, yeah. I rebalance them, as well as all of my custom factories, which are also downloadable. I rebalance the same way, shooting for a 10% profit margin. So that $252,000 per month cost to run that, imagine you have an army of workers that are making these prefab walls, like on these shifts, making these walls. Well, and cost of shipping and all of that is all bundled into that sort of calculation. But that's when you go to market to sell them, you are going to make 10% profit on those. So at least you should, unless you have mods. Any mod that you have that loads after will override the values if they introduce new value, right? So that is the drawback, is when you try to balance something on a map and another mod like adds a fill type. Let's say you add like a wine mod that allows you to make wine. Well, that's going to throw a wrench, because from what I've seen, no modders actually do this. No other modders that introduce businesses, production chains, actually balance the business based on real world like costs. Even the base game is not balanced around that. It is horribly profitable, the base game stuff. Like they made things so lucrative. You can support your farm on silage in the base game. You could build a grass mowing silage empire and sell millions of dollars in grass. I remember when I first started playing this game, I was like, man, I am in the wrong business if grass is this valuable. Like, if grass is really this valuable, I need to just go get a lawnmower and start mowing people's lawns and like selling the grass for thousands of dollars. Like, that's crazy. So I've rebalanced it now to 10% on average. There are exceptions, and I leave them up to you as a player to find them, because there's little blips of exceptions, but you have, like, I'm not gonna announce what those are, where something is so incredibly profitable, it's like, wow, why don't I do that? And it's like, because they're really niche. They're really niche things that very, very few people actually do. And so I just kind of wanted to leave a couple of those in, especially for this map. So there's a couple like parachute, like golden parachutes, where if you get into really bad money trouble, you can pull the golden parachute and make an unholy amount of money really, really fast. So do I want, like, what I want to pay attention to is the jobs completed, because I'm getting discounts. I'm getting discounts on their fields. Harvest red beets, we can do that. What I really want to do is progress time. But if we have some jobs that we can complete, especially this dude with the curly Q mustache, the craziest mustache. It's hard to find jobs for Noah. He does not actually have that many fields, so finding jobs for him is actually rare. So he thinks there's 1 million liters of red beets on field 206. Really? Okay, so let's do that. Harvest oats, I'll do that. Harvest these oats, I'll do that. Spinach, field 118, it's way over here. I don't know. There is red beets, parsnips. Caseville, parsnips, 1 million liters. All right, I'm going to clear what we have. Okay, so we have 2 oats. We have field 193 and 100. Okay, so 193 way down here. And then 100 is actually right down the road. Okay. So I need this. Oh, the parking brake is on. I was doing a test on the parking brake to see if it stopped the wiggle. The sliding across the ground. Alright, there's field 100. It didn't seem to affect that tractor there. That still seems to wiggle. I really wish I knew what caused that. Okay, 193 is still over that way. Okay. And I have the new InstaWash mod on here, but the sound effect of the wash, I was like, it works, it's perfect, except the damn sound effect. Why? Here, I'll play it for you.
Oh yeah.
Why the fuck would you play that sound? Why would you use that sound? Of all of the things, of all of the choices, why would you use that sound effect? That is the most ludicrous sound effect for a oh my god, like how? Why was that the sound effect the author chose? That is just insanity to me. It's just insanity. Boy, this thing is squirrely. All right, let's get you down in here. I need to dump the grass into here. And then do this, hold. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why. TMR is getting made. I'm using this for the TMR. There is one of these, but I realized when I was looking at this, I realized something, and somebody would look at this and go, "Are you mad? Are you crazy?" I made a mistake with a recipe. I think do 1,500 hay. 1,500 silage, 800 straw, 55 mineral feed. Makes 4,000 TMR. 500, 500, 500 makes 4,000. Obviously, this should be way different. This is 1,500 makes 4,000. Right? That is like, obviously I made a mistake with this recipe. I need to fix that. Because this is 1,500 makes 4,000. I think this should be, I don't know what it should be. But this one, 2,000 makes 1,750. That one's right. Right? you lose a little bit on this recipe. This recipe is you gain a little bit because you take 3855 technically volume, and you turn it into 4,000. So you gain a little bit. This one you like 2.5 times the volume. So this one is very, very wrong. So yeah, I need to fix that because the obviously when people play this, they are going to always pick the most lucrative option. Always. So let's jump into why am I crouching? That's the go-to button. Do I not have... There we go. Okay. Let's get some oats. Now, I am going to opt out of a straw swath on these. I have almost 10 million liters of straw already. I don't need any more straw. Wait, I didn't... What? I deactivated. No. Okay. Close. Course. Field work. C. Alright, we're going to disable straw swath. We're going to disable this. And clear. Course. Field work. 2 headlands. And away you go. Okay, now we have 206. How big is 206? 206 is kind of tiny. So you're not aware. It seems that there's no script modders for. Are you saying there's nobody? There's nobody making script mods for SE2, or there's no way to do a script mod for SE2? Like, is there no ability to? I mean, it's still a relatively recent game. I mean, it's not full. I don't. Is it even multiplayer yet? Because we were kind of waiting around. We were waiting around for it to be multiplayer. I mean, I'm interested in playing it, but there's nobody doing it. Okay, well, it may not be fleshed out yet. I don't know. Like, I haven't looked into it. I've been trying to avoid it, just because I didn't want to. I don't know. I didn't want to assume or whatever, but it depends on what engine they built it around. The scripting, because I know the original SE, the scripts were C sharp. Like they had literally in the game you could do a C sharp script. That's like the I remember the script that the really, really old mod that added a script to do automatic inventory management and crafting, and it would keep, like, you could put thresholds, like I want 1,000, iron plates, and it would automate that. That was all written in C sharp. Like, the whole script was written in C sharp, and it was shipped in script form, and the mod, what is that object out there? What is that thing? Oh, I think that's a grass bale. Yeah, that's the field that I could not get the baling contract to finish on that field. It just would not. It would not finish from 99% to 100%. It would not finish, and no matter what I did, I couldn't trigger it. Let's see. V3 is water. V4 is NPC and co-op.
Yep. I was just looking at that.
So
November, December, they're estimating.
So yeah, I mean, if the game if the game comes out as multiplayer, and I'm just gonna obviously assume that it's gonna be kind of derpy for the start, but eventually when it's multiplayer, we'll certainly give it a go. No course. And if you can better believe, if there are script mods to be done that are going to be helpful, I would certainly I would not be against somebody commissioning one. I really have to figure out, like, the money situation. I've been applying to jobs and stuff, but my God, the job market right now is, oh my God, it's brutal. It's brutal. Okay. Okay, so now I need one of these. Where are my wagons? And I know not a lot lot of people watch this farming sim stuff, right? I haven't garnered an audience for this. But for me, it's just relaxing. It's just like, I don't know. It's like, gives me a little nostalgia for, you know, being a kid in a sandbox and then kind of inventing my own story to enjoy in a sandbox. Which I know is very like, people go, well, you're 47 years old. What do you do? And it's like, yeah, I get it. I get it. I'm not in a sandbox, but it just gives me a little bit of a nostalgia. Like, hey, you know, this is, in my mind, this is what I pictured when I was playing with toys in a sandbox. And the fact that I can do that in a game is just all that much better. Now, I wish the game was a little bit better and the company actually cared, but
I'm gonna pop out. My head's getting kind of fuzzy.
alrighty. Oh yeah, I should show off. So, I updated my sprayer mod, customized. Before, my Patriot sprayer that was on the mod hub, not mod hub, my Google Drive mods list, the link is in the description. My Patriot sprayer was based on an old Patriot sprayer from FS25 that I converted and basically just got working. This one is a customized version of one that was later, because I spent a year not playing this game at all. And so in the last year, somebody had posted this really good sprayer. Okay. So I re-edited it to kind of my standards. Now, the only reason I had to edit it was the wings. So what I did is when you buy the sprayer, so if I go into purchase and I go down to sprayers and I go to the FG version, right? Patriot 4450 unrealistic. This is the one I edited. This one I didn't. This one is realistic. Everything is good. No changes. This one I changed. And I added in here somewhere wing collisions. Right here. Enabled or disabled. So it's a $50,000 option. Right? But what it is, because I figured out how to do it originally, and I was like, okay, I'm going to take this knowledge and do it again. Basically, it allows when you turn it off, the wings, they don't collide with anything. I basically remove the collision boxes from the wings. So like AI workers, trees, signs, all of that stuff, none of it collides with the wings. They still function identically, but they don't collide with anything. Because yeah, you'll get AI workers that will clip a tree, you know, if you leave the wing collisions on, you know, they'll clip a tree and good luck. So my edit to that, right, I added that option. First of all, I defined where those collision boxes are, but then I edited that option, or added that option, and then re-uploaded, and I deleted the old Patriot sprayer that I had on there. So the new one, the newer zip file for the Patriot sprayer, is the one where you have this edited. God, these rear steering vehicles are really hard to adjust to because I'm just not used to it. And I'm gonna need to if I'm gonna have 390 acres of grass, I'm gonna need to up my mower game by a lot. These are good, but I have in here, and this is the only one. My update is the only one that I've ever seen. Like I can't find this mower anywhere, and it's this one here. Nobody has this mower. Nobody has this mower. And yeah, this is like, yeah, this is a unique experience here. But this mower is fun. This is a fun mower. This is a huge mower. So much fun. And then I have, just for funsies, somewhere in here, this guy. Like, I don't even know if this is a real product. I have no idea. Does Kloss make a monstrosity that looks like this? I honestly, God, don't know if Kloss actually makes this thing. This could have been invented by somebody's brain. Like, they could have just made this up because it kind of looks like that. Frankenstein's monster. But yeah, this Big M 500. Like, there are a couple things about it that I would like maybe to tweak, but once I get a couple of these, and they're really damn expensive, but if I'm able to like really hone this and polish this to get it exactly how I want, I would try to upload this version because this particular one is like nowhere to be found. I don't even remember where I got it. I might have just updated it from FS22 because there was an FS22 mod. Let's see. Let me catch up on chat here. It's back in '84. Some people wanted to be an architectural designer with all this. Yeah. Right now, the job market. So I was originally trying to find a way to take the experience of not only running a channel for 10 years, but also just the experience of playing and being in the community of so many different games, like dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of games. Trying to figure out a way to turn that into like marketable skills. Like, what skills do I have, or what skills have I developed that would allow me to turn that into a job, right? Whether it's a community manager, quality, like, I don't care if it's a QA job or community manager or whatever, but just trying to push that into and try to get a job, and as well as a technical. Like, I do have some programming experience. I'm not the stellar super programmer that some people are, but you know, I can, when I design features, I design them in a technical mindset. So, you know, having both design as well as technical sort of skills, I thought maybe I could market that into something. But there has been an absolute bloodbath in the gaming industry in the last month. Like, it is, how many studios have been closed? How many, like, there are thousands of people with actually shipped games that are in the job market right now. And
So I basically resigned. Like, it's like getting a nice job in the industry that I know I can do is almost unless I knew somebody, right? If I knew somebody, if I had an in at one of these companies, then it would be possible. But it's very much it's not what you know, it's who you know. Like that. This has been my experience. Is getting your foot in the door somewhere is almost impossible. Just cold calling somebody. I've applied to the Captain of Industries crew. I've applied to the Project Zomboid crew twice. I've applied to the Lazy Bear Games for the Graveyard Keeper 2. Literally for any position. Like, if you have a position, I would love to know about it. But none of these companies even get back to me. None of them even email me back and say thanks, but no thanks. Like that, even that would be nice. But none of them will even respond. Not to mention the aversion to we don't want to hire a white male. Like that's flat out a consideration. Like the who was it at Microsoft that was like, yeah, we don't hire white males anymore. And I'm like, well, fuck, like really? So the push to indie game development, Aram, the push to go to indie development is a result of all of this. How do you navigate this? If the vast majority of these studios are being built by white males, that's probably why, because they are not getting hired in any of these other companies. It's astounding the shift that some of these studios have done. And the fact that the industry is imploding kind of, you have cause effect, maybe a little bit of that. So it's like you get a lot of games that have failed utterly, where all of these ideological messages were put in. These games have completely failed. While the people behind that don't take the responsibility for that. They blame the customer. And as such, they don't themselves have any consequences. They get laid off, or the studio folds. They jump to the next, they put it on their resume. Hey, I shipped this game, blah, 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 blah. They get interviewed by another company. The next company hires them, and they do the same shit. And lo and behold, the next game folds and flops. And it's like, well, shit, now, like, what do we do? That's why I'm really going to be eager to see how GTA 6, like, this going to be, GTA 6 is going to be the litmus test with how serious they take this issue. Because if they have stuff like that in the game, but it's satirical, if they're making fun of it, that's different than including it in the serious way, right? That's different than a cutscene involving pronouns. Because I can guarantee you, if there's a cutscene, a serious cutscene in GTA 6 where pronouns are brought up, that clip is going to go super viral on the internet, and it's going to destroy the fan base of that game. Because people have a zero tolerance for that bullshit anymore. It's just, it doesn't belong in games. And so GTA 6, if they include stuff like that, but it's satirical, or they're making fun of it like they've done for years, right? I played GTA 5. If they make fun of that shit like they always have, then that's fine. Because it's like, hey, we're going to make fun of everything. We're going to make fun of everything. We're going to make fun of both sides. We're going to make fun of anybody and everybody that we want. Right? We're not going to have a class that is untouchable. Everything is on the table. But if they include shit in a serious way where there's like an actual discussion or whatever, like they did in Starfield, it's going to implode the whole game. It's going to take $1 billion game, and they're going to get a huge amount of fans, huge amount of players, I should say, huge amount of players in the burst at the start in November, but then those clips are going to start leaking out, and people are going to start posting clips of the DEI, gender ideology, LGBT, all of this leftist bullshit, if that exists. And I, as a PC player, would then opt out of buying a copy. And I am not the only one. There are going to be hundreds of thousands of people who are going to see those clips and go, not for me. And that is going to obliterate their player base. And so it's like, you can include that stuff, right? If it's done in a satirical way in GTA 6. Because you make fun of everything. Right? But the problem is when you don't and you pick and choose. Right? It's the same problem that I have with like Trey Parker and Matt Stone. They've gone hard on making fun of Trump. They have gone hard over the years. They didn't touch Biden with a 10-foot pole. Why? There was a lot of material there that they could have made fun of. Most of his speeches they could have made fun of. They could have made fun of the fact that he seemed to be checked out of life for most of his presidency. But no, they remained quiet. Why? And then Trump gets back into office, and they go hard. Like, every episode. Non-stop. I'm sorry, but that is extremely biased. You're no longer making fun of everything. Now your own views are leaking through your material. Now, instead of making fun of everybody, you are excluding certain people as untouchable. And that's where my tolerance fails, because it's like, okay, well, something might be funny, right? They make fun of this or make fun of that, but by not doing it universally, now you're sending the wrong message, and that's where I have a problem. And so GTA 6, if they do it right, it could be done well. And if they do it right, it's going to sell billions of dollars. Like they're gonna print their own money if they do it right. If they do it wrong, the entire industry is going to implode on itself. It's going to absolutely implode into a supernova. It's just the ashes are going to be scattered to the wind if that game fails because of this ideology. Because they're not letting it go. They didn't admit defeat, and they didn't throw their shoulders up and go, well, maybe we can try something else. But no, they doubled down, and it's to a fever pitch, and people are tired of it. Fans are tired of it. So, it all depends. It all depends on what decisions and choices they make. But now, are we gonna get? I think we're gonna get enough out of this. I was worried that we weren't gonna get enough. What's contracts? Harvest red beets. Yeah, 1 million liters. We should possibly maybe get them. Carney just passed C9 in the house, make it legal to criticize. Oh my god. Canada, you need to get out of Canada. Canada, it's over. Like, how do you there's no people don't understand how fast it can happen. Right? It's like, what's the saying? It's like slow then fast. The slow erosion, and then boom. Okay? There's slow erosion and then overnight. So anybody who's studied history, and I hate to use this as an example, but it's one of the most glaringly obvious examples. The party in Germany, the National Socialist Workers' Party, got into power, started eking out little bits of power, and started eroding this mentality, this ideology. It started indoctrinating people slowly, very slowly, over years, from the late 20s to 30s, getting more and more power as it turned more and more people to their favor, eroding, and then boom, gone. All your rights, all of your freedoms, everything in a single shot. Parliament dissolved. Just gone. And so it was like this slow erosion, then boom, trigger pulled. And that's what's happening right now in Canada. It's what's happening in the UK, and what they're trying to do here in the US. They are trying to do the same thing. And history shows us that this process only leads to one outcome. It only ever leads to one outcome. And it's not everybody holding hands and singing Kumbaya. That's not the outcome. So, whether the people in a country like Canada or the UK, whether those people actually figure this shit out in time or not, this is a very well documented process and outcome. Right? And it can take generations to reverse, if ever. Right? If ever. So, if they actually pass that to make it illegal to criticize someone's religion or ideology, what's next? It's illegal to criticize politicians? It's illegal to criticize what's the next thing? So again, it's right, you're right on the cusp. It's right there. And like I know Arm, you're aware of this. Like I know. But the problem with a lot of the rhetoric, right, is it's very dismissive. Oh, it's not that bad, or that's not gonna happen. Blah blah blah. It's like, well, this playbook has been well documented through the last 1,000 years of history. Like we know how this ends. Then people who are aware and educated know how this ends. And the people who vote this shit in are just they're oblivious, or they believe the rhetoric and the hype and the propaganda. That's the biggest problem. But yeah, the more of those laws pass, the more you need to get the hell out of Dodge, because that country is imploding. It doesn't seem like they've learned their lesson, right? It's like a person who gets arrested 45 times for all the similar crimes who never changes their ways because they're always let out of fucking prison. Right? No charges, blah, blah, blah. Your 45th assault, no charges, let out of prison. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to go out and do it again. The same is true with a country. Right? You beat the population down, they vote you back into power, you're just going to beat them down again. You're going to take a little bit of more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more. It's never going to stop. And eventually, your right to vote is going to be dissolved. Let's just face it. It's going to be, your right to vote is going to be non-existent. The Democrats are trying that here. What field is this? This is field 100. Where does field 100 go? Field 100 wants to go to Huron County Grains South, which I think is down here. And that's what the frustrating thing about all of this is. This is all well documented. This is all well understood. And nobody cares. These people are still elected into office over and over and over again, and it doesn't seem like it ever stops. And then when somebody like Trump gets in, who's like, no, we're gonna completely ignore all of this bullshit. Although the rhetoric, because they were threatening the status quo, now it's we're going to attack Trump and we're going to attack this and anybody who follows to the point of killing them. We're going to start killing these people. It's crazy what the left has done to try to get what they want. It's ultimately like a child with a temper tantrum. We're not getting what we want. We're not getting what power we think we deserve. So we're going to start being violent against those people. And we're just sitting here going, what are you doing? Like, you're literally personifying the very thing you claim to hate. Fascism. Charlie Kirk was killed because of the things that he said. How is that not fascist? And the people that celebrated that, how are they not fascist? And yet they're the ones calling the right fascist. It's the most asinine thing ever. And apparently these guys have to go. These guys are going to... He wants to sell to the same place. So I don't know what this is going to do to both of these contracts. Is it going to count the oat sales for both contracts? Yeah. Yeah, we lost another one to TDS here recently. I noticed that Alan Richardson for the TV show Reacher, which I really loved. He was either captured or visited and told, like, you need to toe the line if you want to keep your job. Because I to this day I don't know why he would say the things that he said. Like, I honest to God don't know why the hell he would do what he did. It makes no sense to me. Yeah, I think he basically was told flat out, like, this is what you say. This is how you say it. And if you want to keep your job, if you want to be with this network, and this is Amazon, then this is what you have to say. Yeah, I honestly think this is what happened. Either that or he's always been as stupid as he's always been that dumb. And yeah, I don't know why this didn't dump. It should have dumped in here, and for some reason these trailers do not like to dump from the back. Well, I honest to God, when I first saw that clip of him on that whatever weird interview that he was doing, honest to God, I thought it was AI generated first. Maybe it was just me hopeful, like, oh God, I hope it is. Right? I really, when I saw it, I was like, God, oh man, I really hope this is AI generated. Because it would be so sad. It would be so sad if it wasn't. Okay, you need to go... Oh, FG sell all the things. Okay, well, I know where that's at. That's right on my own doorstep. Well, let's drive her home. Yeah, I was really hopeful. I was like, man, I really hope this is AI generated, but yeah. Why he would come out and say what he said when it's like we have months of evidence to the contrary. Months. Like, there's literally a defamation lawsuit in what he said. Easily. Like, it's provably false. And coming out and saying that in an interview, like, I know season 4 of his show is due out at some point in time soon. So obviously he started this press junket. But it really felt, because he's been quiet for 3 years, it really felt, when I saw it, I was like, he had to have been visited. He had to have been sat down by somebody at Amazon, his agent, Hollywood in general, some producers, and told, like, this is how it is. This is what you say, or we're going to recast. and we're going to find somebody who will. Because his show is incredibly popular. I had a family member who worked at Amazon in their Amazon Prime Originals division. And he told me he literally sat in meetings, and I'm not going to be very specific about this. He literally sat in meetings where, and he was a minion, right? He was not in any position to say anything. But he literally sat in meetings where they were having a discussion about how mysterious it was of why Reacher was such a popular show. He literally was like in meetings where they were talking, and it was mostly women, talking about like, why is Reacher so popular and this other show isn't? Right? Why is Reacher so popular but we can't get traction with like fucking Rings of Power? Well, like what is it about this show that's so popular? You know, and he just had to sit in the room and just be like, it's really effing obvious why this is popular. Like, what are you talking about? This is not a mystery. So the fact that you know, these people were treating it like, oh, what's this mystery? And it's like, it's not a mystery. I assure you, it's not a mystery. So the people in those positions are either in total denial of reality or, you know, willful denial of reality. We have 100,000. I'm not gonna nitpick about 100,000 liters. Now let's clean up the mess here. Oh. Click. Yeah, that movie struck a chord. It's been really funny. I haven't seen it, because I basically can guess what's in it, and I'm like, okay, well, I can guess what's in it. I've seen the clips and stuff, so it's like, but it's a direct reaction to what people want to do, right? The movie is an expression of a frustration and anger that enough people have that a same mentality that the movie it was as popular as it was. Okay, so instead of analyzing society and saying what about our society led to this movie, they banned the movie, reinforcing the very frustration that the people feel. Okay? So rather than introspective, you know, and rather than look at themselves and go, what about this? Right? What about this society led to this movie? We are going to just ban the movie. And it was banned, I think, in Germany, I think in several countries. I don't know if it was outside of Germany, but the overwhelming amount of injustice that's happening in some of these countries, including the U.S., the violence against its citizens, thus far has gone unanswered. And that's where the movie comes from. The movie exemplifies that attitude. Unless you see the movie as the bellwether, as the canary in the coal mine, and say, we need to nip this in the bud as a society and fix the thing that this movie tries to address. No. What they, in their infinite wisdom, did was just ban the movie, making it all the more popular. So what do? Germany bans the movie? They post it on X. The whole movie. They post it on X for free. Anybody can watch it. By banning the movie, you now made 2 times more people want to see it. Because that made the news. Yeah, like, it's astonishing to me, the level of hypocrisy in the left. I mean, the right is not immune from it, but the left seems more malicious and insidious and destructive. Yeah, you'll get politicians on the right that profit from legislation, but look at Nancy Pelosi. Like, find a graph of Nancy Pelosi's investment returns in comparison to the S&P and Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett being the most successful investor in history. Look at Nancy Pelosi, graphed over time, what her investment returns look like compared to someone like Warren Buffett. It is mind-blowing to not think, to look at that and go, something is fundamentally wrong with this picture. But nobody says anything. God forbid somebody on the left says anything, but nobody wants. And the only people saying we need to nip this, we need to stop this, are people on the right going, maybe we should pass legislation that prevents this. And the amount of pushback and argument and filibuster and bullshit on the left fighting this because they are profiting crazy amounts. And people are looking at this going, well, this is why I'm so sort of defeatist on this. All of this evidence of all of this wrongdoing and all of this fraud, where are the indictments? Where are the criminal cases? Where are the RICO cases against like Tim Walz and some of these, like, what's going on? Nobody's doing anything about it. We're exposing it all. Good, we're exposing it. But there are no consequences other than getting your money cut off. And they've already made billions, so what do they care? They've bilked the system for however much they can get out of it. They're laughing all the way to the bank. It just happens to be a Somali bank, but they're laughing all the way to the bank. So, what are you going to do? So I'm just like looking at this situation going, nothing has actually been fixed. We're aware of it, but nothing is actually done. There's no consequences. And if there's no consequences, it's going to happen again. That is guaranteed. All right, I think I'm ready to rotate the time to the next season. There's a lot of work that we could do, but I really want to advance time. I like to advance time at least once during a stream, just because it's only like 2 in the afternoon here, but well, 1:37. Wow. What? Man, he must have cashed in some chips. Like, he must have had some crazy wealth stashed away. All right, let's zip it up to 6:30. You know, we're farmers. We gotta get up with the sun. The sun is arising on the horizon. Okay, so we have no contracts, obviously. The land is going to take a hot minute, so you can see, like right here, here's where the land is. You wait a couple seconds. Oh, now it's down to here. So the map is just, it's going through all the textures, and it's advancing. Whatever is advanced, it's advancing at a stage. Sometimes it advances 2 stages depending on the time of year. But our soybeans should turn harvest. Nope. Maybe? Yeah. I guess they're not harvestable yet. I thought they would be, but they are not. Yeah, in the U.S., like, the president puts their holdings into, like, a trust for the duration. Like, politicians making money is not a new concept, okay? There is a certain level of profitability of being in a seat of power. This just is, right? All the way back to the Romans, to Sumerians, Egyptians. People in power make money. And for the most part, whatever. Okay? There has to be, like, the incentive to serve in a thankless job like that. There has to be something. So profitability is definitely something on that scale. So my problem is when you do that and you are so exponentially more profitable while making speeches about we need to tax the rich. That's the hypocrisy that I don't like. That's the bullshit I don't like. Pelosi's worth in excess of $300 million. Supporting higher taxes, supporting all of this shit. She knows full well that there are loopholes that they've put in the laws that they can take advantage of and not have their own wealth taxed like that. So the hypocrisy of, do as I say but not as I do, that is where I have a problem. Fundamentally, that's where I have a problem. And there are some people, some people do it, some people don't, but it's pervasive. Absolutely pervasive. All right, my sorghum is done. We are only going to get 160,000 liters out of this. 160,000 liters. Holy Moses, that's not a lot. I don't know how many bushels that is, but dear Lord, that's not a lot. And the soybeans over here, well, these are green beans. Okay. And then this still has a stage left. That's going to grow. These are all growing. So I advanced time, but we have another field over here. What is this? Oh, these are my onions. 1.2 million liters of onions. That's pretty damn good. This is the new crop added by the Highland Farms expansion. Yeah. And I believe if we look at our vehicles and we look at vegetable header, yep, onions. Okay. So this field here, 49 acres. I think we can get. Oh, I forgot I took that off. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, Elon, like, he's worth a lot, but it's not money in the bank. And if he were to sell that, if he were to sell his holdings to pay whatever bullshit taxes they want to charge, it would collapse those companies' stock value and obliterate other people's wealth to a tune of trillions of dollars. Like, it's all bullshit. Bernie, if you look at his speeches from the 80s, railed against the millionaires. It's the millionaires that are the problem. But then Bernie became a millionaire. He's got 3 homes. He became a millionaire. So now it's the billionaires that are the problem. It's all hypocrisy. It is just pure hypocrisy. Automatic. Yeah, with your attitudes on this stuff, Arm, you definitely would be a Republican. Or at least in the Republican spectrum. Let's call it a spectrum. Which is interesting. It just is. It's just interesting, given your history. Like, you'd definitely make the news if you became a public figure and talking about this stuff, because it'd be like, the left would be like, you abandoned us. You betrayed us. Yeah, it'd be amusing to watch. It'd be really amusing. It'd be like, what? This person is conservative? Like, what? How is that possible? It's like, yeah, it'd be seen as like a betrayal. Okay, I think, what was the other field that was good? This one up here, sorghum. That's right. I mean, I've got my liberal attitudes as well. I mean, it's some more than others, but by and large, like for me, I try to maintain my attitudes of driven by reality and realistic things, not like fantasy utopian kumbaya, like actually like what is it about human behavior, what is it about these kinds of things that, you know, et cetera, and for me, a lot of those attitudes are rooted in, you know, conservative sort of thoughts. So, but yeah, I mean, I do have my own liberal sort of attitudes. Peek out once in a while. Okay, field work, multiple tools, number of headlands, blah blah blah. Okay, let's generate. Good. We're going to copy this first waypoint. And I am going to grab the straw off of that. Okay, you are going too fast. We need to slow you down. Okay, that's another one down. We need to go grab, let's see. This field was green beans, I believe. Yeah, 114. All right. So we've got 150, 114, and 109 all being harvested. Anybody else? Not that I can see, but finally hitting 150, and then next month, this huge block can get harvested. Ooh, potatoes. Yeah, I did buy this. Oh. I do have a single potato header. $153. It'll take me 5 seconds to to farm or to harvest this. Looking at chat. Yeah, this map, like I with 32 gigs of RAM, I'm barely able to run this map. Right? Like I have to remind myself quite a bit to save the game because it's crashed. It's crashed. The reason why I stopped playing it for a year was I was actually streaming and I was 5 hours in. And this very map, I was 5 hours in contracts and harvests and all of this, and the game crashed. Right? It wouldn't be a problem if I was able to keep autosave on. But the fact that autosave triggers every 15 minutes isn't as much of a problem as it is that each autosave takes 20 to 30 seconds. It's like you sit here for 20 to 30 seconds and you're just like, oh my god, please make it stop. Like, and if that's happening every 15 minutes, there's no way I would have been able to do it. And all it's doing is saving bitmaps. That's all the goddamn game is doing. XML and bitmaps. And I don't know why it takes so damn long to save it. It shouldn't take that long. I mean, I would put up a lot more with like an autosave timer at 60 minutes, or something. So like once an hour, then it would be fine. But every 15 minutes it goes by so fast. It's annoying. But yeah, the game is not really optimized for maps this size, but it should be. Like you have a game that you quote unquote try to get realism, and you can't even build a realistic size farm. I mean, I don't know how big the average farm is in the UK, or I mean the company is German, so I don't know what the average farm is in Germany, but like farms have to be big to be profitable. They have to be. There's just too much. Especially with the cost of machinery. Like, you gotta $500,000 combine. How are you gonna support a $500,000 combine with 60 acres? A base game map. The map is built on basically a square mile. That's the size of a base game map. 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. Roughly a mile by a mile. So that is a small field on a North American farm. That's the size of a small field. Well, we got 45,000 liters. Is that even worth saving? Let's go to prices, taters. We could sell those at sell all the things. Okay. So like I'm of the mind that Giants, they need a very compelling competitor. They need a company, any company, to make a game that is essentially this game, but does some stuff extremely well. Very optimized, enormously large maps. Huge maps. Right? There's no reason why, given the modern state of technology and the modern hardware, that I can't have a map instead of an area of Michigan to not be the entire state of Michigan. Right? You don't have to simulate. Like, there's very little being actively simulating on this map, right? The tractors, all the factories are just numbers on a spreadsheet. They're not simulating, they're just inputs, outputs. The only real simulation is when you progress time and all of your fields update. It's just progressing to the next stage, right? Even the weather is largely like, I've yet to watch anybody, especially YouTubers, who play with tornadoes and shit on. I've not seen very much of that at all. So all these gimmicks that they put in here of like weather and there's like hailstorms and all this, it's like, yeah, that's great, but it's optional. You can turn it off, and most people do because they want to farm. They just want to like farm stuff, and that's great. But well, that did not take long. $6,000. So personally, like, I want to see a game where it divides the map up just like a Minecraft chunk. It divides the map up into little segments, and when you save or when you edit or when you harvest, it does, instead of doing one giant, because the bitmap, believe it or not, the bitmap for this game, there are multiple bitmaps, by the way. There's like, I want to say like 12 total bitmaps that manage everything about the game. From the grass, from the type of ground, so the texture of the ground, the foliage, the plants, the grass, the bushes, the actual foliage, not trees, but the foliage is another map. The fields, and what is the fields are its own bitmap. It's a slightly smaller bitmap. It's like 8K by 8K for this map. But the map that so there's a map that manages all of these, okay? So this map, there's a weed map, okay? There is a fertilizer map. There is a lime map. right? There is a field condition map that tracks rolling and mulch, and I think weed. I think they try to roll some of these. And then there's a stones map. Okay. I don't know what this watered is. I don't know where that comes from. But there's an actual stones map. But there's also this map, which is its own texture, and this is a big one. This is like for this 16x map, it's 16,000 by 16,000 pixels. Right? So this map is a single bitmap that tracks all of this stuff. So if I'm up here like harvesting this, the game is editing the texture in this area. Right? So if I'm doing that, why does this texture down here, why does this have to be in memory? Why can't you divide the map up into sections? And yeah, you're going to get some that are overlapping anywhere from 2 to 4 textures, but divide it up. That way, when you do a save, you can track which textures have changed since the last time you saved. Just like Minecraft chunks or Vintage Story chunks. They track, hey, did this chunk change? If it did, save it to disk. If it didn't, skip it. So if I'm harvesting over here, that's one. Let's just say each section is its own texture. So I'm editing this, so that's one. I'm harvesting this one and this one, so that's just one. So I have literally changed, or am changing, just 2 of the 16 or 25, I should say, 25 textures on this. So that would be a savings, because then when I save those autosaves, which was the original reason I started this, the autosave would just save these 2. Boom, boom. Done. Which are much smaller than saving the entirety of the thing. Because remember, it's not just this texture, it's all of these textures that are also changing. So when you do a save, it's saving those giant bitmaps over, and the whole thing it's saving. It's divided up. Why not? Computers are good at that shit. There I am, right here. Enter. Yeah, I got rid of all the trees that are in here. There was many trees. Hundreds of trees. That was a crazy process, getting rid of all those trees. I wanted to do that before the stream today because I knew how much of a pain in the ass it was going to be. But like, imagine a much larger map where you've divided you've subdivided the map into basically like 1K by 1K textures. Literally 1K by 1K. Okay. Now when you I gotta my brain, I'm only able to concentrate on so much. So when you have 1K by 1K textures, now you're able to subdivide the work. And the engine could be like, oh, I forgot to do a thing. Let's do that. I love these headers that actually come with their own. I don't know if they actually make these in real life. I've never seen any farmer or anybody cover like a MacDon header that actually has its own it comes with its own header trailer. I've never seen it. It'd be awesome if they did, but anyway. But yeah, subdivide the map into 1K by 1K textures, and then when you're harvesting, you would know, the machine, everything would know this meter, this texture, right? The pixel I am harvesting is in this map, right? It would know its coordinates, just like there's a difference between in Vintage Story, there's a difference between block position and chunk position, right? When you're in a chunk, it's like it's a bigger scale, right? The chunks are 32 by 32 blocks. The block position is the same, but the chunk position, that's what the game saves, is the chunk. So a particular field or location in a field would know what chunk it's associated with. Oop. I actually want to put this in. I'm gonna hit it. Yes. Yeah, but I want to see, why am I not getting refill? There. Nope. Refuel. There it is. I want to see a map, a game that comes out that has a ginormous map. And that way you could have multiplayer that you'd have multiple farms. And it'd be like, I'm gonna farm this little area of Michigan. Arm could be farming another area. And each individual person is only gonna have in memory those chunks around it, right? That area around it that it needs. Oh, I forgot to turn this off. I hate how I can't get my mouse unless I'm in a vehicle, and then I can click this. There we go. But yeah, this, like, the tough part about this game is the machinery and the detail and the animations and all of the little gubbins that go along with that. Very, very intricate. And this game has kind of a corner on that because they've got all these brand deals. They've got all of this already done and solved. And so now they're just sitting on their hands. The last expansion pack was a joke. It was just a mod. It was just adding a bunch of equipment. And it was like, what are you doing? They're literally sitting on their hands going, we don't need to innovate. We've got a corner on the market. If people want to build their own farm, they know where to go. They know we're the only game in town. There are other farming games, I should say. But they're not nearly as well established or popular. How are you doing? No, I didn't want to visit. I keep clicking on this. Here we go. Yeah, I had a bug for a little while. One of the reasons why I got so much money is one of my headers on one of these harvesters, specifically with green beans. For some reason, the header was giving me way more green beans, and I don't know why. I haven't been able to. I had it in one game session where one header out of the 5, one of them was giving me crazy amounts of yield returns, but none of the other ones were. So I don't know what it was. I haven't been able to figure it out. But one of the headers gave me like an example would be I did a contract for a field. And the contract said I was expected to deliver like 500,000 liters of green beans. Right? Which is a lot of green beans. I actually got over 2 million liters. Not 500,000, over 2 million. So it was like I got exponentially more, and I should have to deliver like 95% of the crop. And so for some reason, the header that I was in that field with was giving me way more, and it was specifically green beans, and I have not been able to figure out why that was, because none of my other vegetable headers have done it. And I'm getting a normal yield of green beans from this. But I don't know what lines were crossed. Like, I don't know what happened in the internals of the game that did that, but I've been trying to replicate it, but I haven't been able to, so I have to go back to old school, getting normal yields. For farming mods, like, yeah, there are mods, there are things, there are other farming games, there are other farming simulator style. You get into an equipment and you plant fields and you harvest fields, but I don't know. Like I think the games are relatively small. I saw a video, a couple months ago about somebody who was like, "What are the other what are all the farming sim sort of mod or games out there? Like what are all the games that are available?" Obviously, farming sim was the big one and the most popular one, but they covered another one that was. I mean, it looked very, very similar. Obviously they were trying to clone what Farming Simulator has, but a game doing that would only become the new big one, the new popular one, if they were able to exceed what Farming Sim can do in any one of any ways. Now fully voxelizing the terrain and stuff like that, that would be a much harder technical problem to solve. Being able to do like mining would be a very hard problem to solve. Simulation on that tiny scale is very intense. All this game is doing is simulating textures. That's all. This is literally machinery to paint pixels on a bitmap. That's all this game is. Machinery that just paints pixels. And then the engine looks at those pixels, the color, the bits of the pixel, and then renders whatever it is they're told to render. Right? So this harvest state, if you actually look in the files, it's just they're bit flags. The state of a crop, it has a finite number of states, growth states, right? Like, I think a crop maxes out at 6 or 7 growth states. One of those growth states is harvested, which is what we're seeing. You're going from ready to harvest to harvested, and it's just a single bit in a bitmap. It's just a single bit on a pixel that's flipped when you harvest. And then the game looks at that and goes, okay, well, when I render this, I'm just going to render this with the state. And so it's just rendering that state, and it's reading that bit mask from the bitmap. And it's like, oh, this is the thing that's rendered. And that is what the game does. It just renders the bit flags as an object. It takes a bitmap and turns it into something renderable. like an actual 3D object. So yeah, and Giants has not done really much innovation on anything else in the game in the last 18 years. This has literally been how this game works for 18 years, and they've had zero incentive to do anything about it, to do anything better, or to investigate. They've done minor tweaks to the rendering. They've done minor things, but to the actual technology behind the game, they've not really done much of anything. So going into like a mining operation where you're actually affecting the terrain, they've already got terrain deformation and stuff, and there are a couple mods out there that try to abstract and simulate that, where you dig into it and it changes the texture and it tries that. I know there's several YouTubers that do like mining, like gold mining, but it's very, very structured and very, very set. If you wanted to do a like voxelized version of it, you'd have to completely rebuild the engine. Completely rebuild it, and then you wouldn't get these rolling hills, right? You wouldn't get the detail and the texture. It would be very hard to do with a voxelized terrain. Very, very hard. Unless you had tiny, tiny squares, right? Because Minecraft, look at Minecraft, or a good example of the technical difficulty is 7 Days to Die. Because when 7 Days to Die went to its smoothed terrain, right? It used to be squared, blocky terrain like Minecraft, and then they introduced the terrain smoothing, right? Where they introduced this marching cubes algorithm that smooths the terrain. Well, it's still derpy, and collisions are a nightmare on a terrain like that. It's a lot of polygons. And this terrain, like, you know, it's very well optimized in terms of like rolling hills and stuff. They do a good job with that. But collisions are a nightmare in this game. Absolutely. The physics engine in this game is horrible. It's horrible. As seen by the short that I posted a couple days ago. The one and only short on my channel is a physics thing from this game. It's just bizarre. But yeah, if I was like, you know, in some alternate future where I was, you know, somebody at Giant Software in charge of the you know, the team, I would basically say we need to stop catering to the least common denominator for everything, right? Which is consoles. The reason why this game is as limited as it is consoles. Consoles have a finite amount of memory, finite amount of processing, and a finite amount of hard drive space. And so everything in this game is built around that limitation. And the crossplay and all of this. I have yet to see a lot of content or a lot of players discussing crossplay games that they play. It's like, yeah, me and my buddy play, but you know, he's on a console and I'm on a PC, and you know, we play the same game. What percent do you think, and this is a legit question, what percent do you think of players in this game are crossplay? Players who play multiplayer games with friends where there's a mix, PC, console. And then the follow-up question to whatever that statistic is, because I know Giants has those numbers, right? They have those numbers. my follow-up question is, what percent of those players would not ever buy or play another game or another version of the game if you got rid of that feature? If console players played with console players and PC players played with PC players only, what percent reduction would you see in your player base if that was the case? I don't think it would be very many. Maybe 5%. Maybe 5%. Because console players have a finite number of mods they can install, right? They have slots that you have so many slots, and you can have a finite number of those slots. And once they're used, you cannot put any more mods on. It's done. And depending on the size of the mod, right? And they can't have any mods that are script mods. So no universal auto load, no bail auto load. None of those, unless it's built into the base game. You can't have any script mods. So if there's an awesome mod out there that you're looking at going, oh, like this, right? This mod here. The stock check mod. This is a script mod. You would not be able to have this on a console, period. It would not be possible. Woo! I got some wood beams. Holy shnikes. $1.3 million in beams. I have some serious planks. But how much money has that cost? Is there a shop running cost? Production costs. Why is my production cost 0? What? Is it going into miscellaneous? This should be... Why are my production costs 0? What happened? Did the game break? Did something break? Not even all the way back in May. Like, there's been no production costs. Like, what's going on? This has been running and running and running and running. It actually finished all that grass, so now we got a bunch more hay in here. This has been running nonstop. This should be $60,000 a month. It's funny, I'm just realizing this. This should be $60,000 a month. Production costs. Cost per month, $60,000. Yeah, mobile gaming is a different kind of gaming. Right? Largely built off of casual. I'm sitting on the toilet and I play a game of Clash of Clans. Right? Or I'm in a doctor's waiting room and I'm playing some Bejeweled or Candy Crush or whatever the hell kids are playing these days. Right? Mobile gaming is largely built on casual, like, whatever. And the monetization practices of mobile gaming is one that I think people are getting. It's the fatigue, the monetization fatigue grows year over year. Year over year over year. People are just tired. They're just tired of the monetization. every little thing is monetized. Every little upgrade, every little add-on, every little thing. And now the games are built so the further you get into the game, they force you to buy upgrades. I remember playing, what was it? Candy Crush. Their game, I got so far into the levels where it was not possible to clear the level without a huge number of upgrades. You had to have huge upgrades. Right? $20, $30 worth of upgrades to just finish one level. And then the next level was even, like, it was just as bad. Right? And I had quickly, as I was progressing, you get every once in a while, you get like free upgrades. So I had a bank of free upgrades, and then I hit a certain level where I had to start using them. It was not possible. And that's what they're doing. Angry Birds did the same thing, which collapsed the company. The Candy Crush game, same thing. I don't know what their player base is. I mean, they're still pulling in a lot of money. But I wonder now, especially with the monetization fatigue on the PC side, because, yeah, people are not falling for this anymore. The service subscription fees, the cosmetic add-ons, all of this bullshit, people are tired of it. And it's not working. These companies are folding. These services are being shut down. And so I'm wondering if there's any sort of if there's any opportunity for something like Candy Crush or Bejeweled or any of these other myriad types of games that are $3 or $5 and no need to buy anything else, right? Like I honestly I don't know, because I know I was talking to my sister about this last week because she plays a lot of fucking mobile games, a lot of them. Where are you going? You were going to go all the way up there? Well, that's not cool. Why were you going to go up there? But yeah, like, you know, she's, I don't know, 16 years younger than me. Plays a ton of mobile games, and she told me, like, anytime she's playing a game and she's into a game and the monetization hits, right, they're like, oh, how about we buy this or blah 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 blah, upgrade, blah blah blah. She immediately oh, this is why it was going to come up here. There's a bunch more to do. Okay, well, good to know. This is not the one that needed to be updated. So let's No. Wrong nearest waypoint there, game. There you go. This is the guy that needed to be updated. Okay. And you got 1.23 million liters of gubbins. Okay, onions. Prices. Onions. January. Okay. So we're gonna dump. We're gonna. Oh, I cannot. I am going to have to customize that mod just to get rid of that goddamn sound effect. I cannot believe the person who made that mod gave such a ridiculous sound effect to the washing. That mod would have been perfect. Plus, I want to put it out there, that the InstaWash mod that's on the mod hub that people are downloading was 100% AI coded. I've looked at the source code. It was 100% AI coded. Everything about it screams AI coding. So I just want to put that out there. Because, you know, modders, depending on the popularity of your mod, they can make money. Giants will pay them for their mod. I don't know what it is. I've literally just submitted my first mod, which is that buy another mod. Okay. So we have all of these. This is getting finished. Thank goodness. I can actually merge these two finally. Lord. Yeah. These companies, and you know, this is part of capitalism, and I'm not against capitalism. Capitalism has benefited humanity more than most people will even admit. But capitalism itself, you know, the incentive is we want to make profit and we want to make as much profit, right? There's nothing inherently wrong with that sentiment. But you have to let the market decide, right? The market and companies will do as much as the market allows them to do. So the initial burst of mobile gaming, people were buying these services, they were buying add-ons, they were spending money, and these companies were rolling in money. At one point in the height of its popularity, Clash of Clans, for its parent company, Clash of Clans was generating about $5 million a day. A day. In people buying add-on. $5 million a day. So these companies were very profitable. $5 million a day can buy you a whole lot of people making content. But that's obviously gone down in recent years. People are, because of the number of companies and the pervasiveness of this nickel and diming everybody for every little thing, people are going, okay, we've had enough. That's enough. We've had our fill, and we're not doing it anymore. And so all of these sort of subscription services, all of this stuff has started waning, big time, a lot. And this is the market reaction. The market is reacting. Customers are saying no more. And these companies who thought money will just rain from the sky forever, these companies are finding, well, no, in fact, that's not what's going to happen. Customers are not going to take and give us infinite amounts of money for a new, you know, jacket and bag and new gloves. And like, if I showed you, if I opened my Clash of Clans, which my brother and I play together, we're basically, my older brother and I are we have our own clan, and it's just sort of a casual thing. But if I opened the Clash of Clans and I showed you the number of things that you can buy with real money, these are digital goods that cost the company very, very little to actually make, right? Very little. You have a single artist, right, and an animator, and they take one of the heroes, like the queen or the king or whatever, and they give them a new outfit, and they give them a couple new animations, and then they sell that for $10. How many of those sales do you think it takes to pay for the artists that make those? Not many. Some of these artists are really, really good at what they do, right? You give an artist and an animator working together side by side can probably spit one of those out in 3 or 4 days, right? From design concept to being sellable, 3 or 4 days, plus you get a little QA time, but those people don't make any money. So, you know, at most you're looking at, let's say $1,000. Let's say a company puts in $1,000 total to make one of these outfits that they sell for $10 a piece. You sell 100 of those, you've now made your money back. Clash of Clans has millions of players. So they are making unholy amounts of profit from that. They don't need to sell that for $10. Ludicrous. And they have 6 heroes. Luz, what is it, baby? What is it? But if I showed you the amount of shit that you can buy in that game, it is sickening. This, you scroll, it's just $10, $10, $10, $20, $7, $6, $10, $10. It's like the monetization of that game has it's gone completely off the rails. Completely off the rails. And I also play Boom Beach. And for the first time in like 3 years, I'm able to play these games again because my mom got a new tablet for her birthday, and so I got her old tablet, and lo and behold, it was able to run these games. I haven't been able to play these games in years. So I was able to open these games for the first time in a while, and I'm like, oh shit. So I'm actually able to play these games again. But I haven't played Boom Beach in like 3 years. And holy cow, the number of mods, and it's the same company, Supercell, who, by the way, is owned by a Chinese company called Tencent. So this Finnish company is owned by a Chinese company who they just print money, and it's like all of this money is getting funneled back to China. It's ludicrous what the economy has turned into. China is just laughing. They're just laughing. Okay, so this is almost done. We're gonna get $261,000. Yeah, we'll get add her a little bit more than that. You can't play in your. I can. The Google Play. I did try to open it, and it is playable, but it's really hard for like Clash of Clans to like attack bases. It's really hard to use a mouse, right? Because you're used to using your finger and like deploying like a arc of troops and doing all of this. Like the design of the game is really catered towards touchscreens. So it's much harder to play it with a mouse. And so yeah, I do have Google Play, I think, on this computer. I want to uninstall it because it uses a crazy amount of RAM. Like it's so bloated and bad. It's so bad. But yeah, for me, it was just a nightmare. I don't even know if Boom Beach was on the PC. I didn't even look. Oh, no, oh, Sims, Jesus. Yeah, I looked, when was it? Like 3 or 4 months ago, I saw an article coming out, or I saw some people covering like The Sims and how grotesque, like how just grotesque the Sims franchise is. And it had been years since I've looked. So I loaded it up on Steam. I looked on the Steam store, and I looked at all available DLC for The Sims 4, and it was like $2,400. It's like $2,400 in DLC. That's insane. You know, what's funny about the Sims modding scene is if you trace back the lineage, my work modding SimCity 4 gave rise to the Sims modding. The whole modding scene behind the Sims, because they used the same company made both games, and they used the same back-end architecture, right? The file structure. And when I cracked the Sims or the SimCity 4, I'm the one that cracked the SimCity 4 format, the database format that they used. I just used a hex editor. I was looking at the files in a hex editor, and I figured it all out. The structure, the data structure behind the scenes, and that gave rise to the SimCity 4 modding community, which I think is still going today. But SimCity 4 was the primary reason I did that. Well, The Sims, the original, used the same format, right? It's the same company. And so all the Sims players and modders looked at that and said, "Oh shit, this is the same architecture. We can build our own editors and viewers and mod SimCity or Sims with this knowledge." And so yeah, like the work that I did for SimCity 4 for modding gave rise to the Sims modding, which is still going today. So, yeah. If only I could have monetized that. Speaking of monetization, like I understand the instinct. I'd love to be able to monetize, a bunch of the stuff that I do, but I'm going to be curious. I'm hoping that my mod for this game, the Buy Another mod, I'm hoping when it's approved, or that it's approved, that I'll get to see sort of the inside baseball of like what some of these other modders are making for their mods, right? Because like the most popular mods for this game, I mean, they're very popular. So I don't know if it's based on number of downloads, which I would assume it is. Oh, squeezing through here. Yeah, I don't know why I'm not incurring production costs. I just realized, like, I don't have anything, any light items for production costs. I don't know what miscellaneous is, but it's definitely not production costs. Let's go over and check this. Is that a bug with the no, it can't be the distribution redo mod. Because this goes all the way back to May. And I think and I can't go back any further. Whew, 15 grand in fuel costs in August. I was doing a lot of harvesting. Yeah, this bothers me. I should have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of production costs, especially with this. These are not cheap productions. Right? This one is 37,000, this one is 38,000, and this one is 37,000. Right? If I trigger this one, this is 252,000. Where are these production costs? Why is this not accruing production costs? Like this one, 45,000. This has been going for months. 45,000. This one has been going forever. 60,000. Where is this money going? Like, why is this money not accruing somewhere? This should be costing me 38,000, and then I should be selling whatever it is we're down here. This is another one, 28,000. Where is this? Why is this money not appearing in here? We have land purchases, construction, vehicle, all the vehicle costs, property maintenance. It's not even in property income. I'm getting this somehow, but production costs, 0. It seems like there's like a base game bug, or there's a bug with that distribution mod that is ignoring costs of production for some reason. Because I literally balanced all of these. Maybe I have. Let me take a look at my game options. Because yeah, this has been going nonstop since I started. This is 14 grand, and that one has been going nonstop. Oh, this is done dumping. Honest to God, I don't know what's going on. It should be costing me many thousands, tens of thousands of dollars a month. Like every hour that goes by, if I speed up time here and I let an hour go by, I get wage. I get distribution costs, and I get wage. Where's the production costs? That makes me mad. Like, where is that? I, honest to God, I did not want, freebies. It was not my intention. Don't do bailing contracts. Something fundamentally broken about those. Weeding, all these weeding, liming, harvesting carrots, parsnips. These are not big enough. I mean, yeah, it's 90 grand. It would be nice, but use 31,000 liters of my fertilizer. Yeah, that bothers me. Why am I not? Let me look. See if there's like game settings. Well, first let's actually save. Cuz I haven't saved it in a while, so might as well. That'd be a good idea. So why? This is why I turned autosave off. Economic difficulty is hard. I do have traffic off because that's just because of auto drive. Crops and growth, vehicle control, productions manager, auto manager. Notify, so this low input threshold. Nothing in here. Maintenance cost. 100%. Yeah, this auto management is disabled. General settings. Camera, input, sound, forestry. Additional settings. Gameplay, let's see. These are just like normal settings. Better contracts, I don't think does anything about it. It shouldn't touch. It shouldn't touch productions. This is like production manager is like the only thing I can imagine that would cause that. I wonder if other people have run into this bug and figured out what it was. But I would have to look at my mods because, yeah, the line items are in there. It's showing it should be costing me thousands of dollars, but it's not. It's not. It's just not. I don't know why. It's funny that this is. I haven't noticed it until now. It's kind of amusing, but Um, I don't know what to do. I wanna fix that, but I know that's going to be like something I'm going to have to do and research offline. What else might cause that? Okay, let me one more time save the game. Quit game. Downloadable content. Downloaded. So here's my buy another mod. Look for that on somewhere. Mod Hub should be there. Hopefully they'll approve it. So there's that instant wash. I need to change the sound effect on this. It bothers the hell out of me, so I'm definitely gonna have to redo that. But let's look at this. Is the distribution redux. So this mod. The sell at best price logic, I haven't seen that. So feedback issues, I want to copy this, but so if we go here, oh, I need to type GitHub Bones 50. Okay. GitHub Bones 50. Distribution Redux. Issues. Release 4 days ago. Doesn't show, there's no posted issues on this. And this is the new release, so any other anytime you see a mod icon that looks like this, it's not on the mod hub. It's literally against the rules. You cannot post icons with like modded by blah blah blah. Like it's just not. They would not accept it flat out. You can't even put logos in there. You can't do anything like that. It has to be just the thing. Productions overview. That's that production overview that I have. Production manager. Right shift P. I mean, that would be very, very weird. But we could look at this. Copy the save file. Well, I don't even need to do that. I mean, the distribution, these two mods, the production mods, I could disable those and load the map, and it wouldn't really affect the productions at all. Like, it wouldn't matter. There's another one, production points. Yeah, this one just adjusts the cycles. You can adjust the cycles. And the capacity, the storage of a production. So it's literally a couple XML changes. It doesn't actually affect the cost. Storage capacity and cycle count, yeah. But basically, like, you adjust the cycles, and it just goes into the XML, and it changes the number of cycles, and that's all that does. That's all that should do. Okay, so we have any of these other ones. This was the instant wash that I updated this from FS22, which itself was updated from FS19. So it's like this one doesn't work 100% right, which is why I moved to the new one, because it doesn't really do all of the attached implements, and I really didn't want to, I didn't want to get into the weeds on how to actually do that. So I just moved to the new mod that somebody else built, which was all AI generated, by the way. So this mod up here, all AI generated. This entire mod, AI generated. It was from the moment that I looked at the source code, I was like, this is 100% AI generated. It screamed AI generated source. Like, for one, it was way more complicated than it needed to be, and two, just the pattern of code was obvious it was AI generated. So I was like, okay, so these are my production, like, these are mine. Anything with FG is obviously something that I have personally rebalanced and touched, which are all downloadable, even this one. What I did to this, the MT 72 and 82, is, again, I turned the collisions off. And then now that I know how to do that, I could actually do that a little bit better, but I couldn't figure out how to turn it off for the wheels, because the wheels are added by the game. You, as a modder in the XML, specify where the wheels go and what wheels are options. The game actually adds the wheel from its bank of wheels, which has its own collisions, right? There was no way these outside collisions here, these outside wheels, I had no way of turning off the collisions on those. So I just had to eliminate the wheels altogether. So I had to, that's why when you look at my plows, you see that there's those two wheels on each side are missing, because there was no way to turn off the collisions on those. Because the game adds the wheels and the tires. It adds that structure at runtime. So it's not a predefined thing. It's just a node. It's like, here, a tire goes here, and the game adds it. So you can't do anything about it. There's my old case, Patriot. Production control, I think I've disabled this one. Yeah, I disabled this one because it broke. It completely borked something. So this one I could uninstall. It's not enabled on the map anymore, right? So the map that I'm playing, it was not enabled at all. So I don't have to worry about it. Maybe that's what broke it. I don't know. But there's my price overhaul. I did this as a failsafe in case a mod that I added borked it. Like, I wanted to set all my prices, and that's why it's XYZ. So it literally loads last. That's the whole point. I'm just looking for like production based ones. So here's what I'll do. We can go back to here and to here. Now, these are the mods that are actually enabled. And what we're going to do is we're going to say this one we're going to disable. And this one we're going to disable. Adjust production points. Distribution redo. All right, let me just kind of scan. I'm sorry if anybody's trying to follow along. Disabled. Adjust storage capacity. This is for vehicles. Better contracts. No. I need to use the bathroom so bad. I want to trigger this loading before I go though. Okay. Let's try to do this as fast as possible. Production overview, maybe do that as well. Now this could take, this will be like 5 minutes. So I'll be right back. Oh, perfect timing. Okay. What was that? Somebody has reached biogas plant. Really? I have to get in a vehicle to hit this? I do. Why did it drop? Okay. It's meat stick o'clock, everybody. Can't remember what this is in the grand scheme of things. There it is. Okay. Get this guy home. Okay, now... we're going to fast forward it an hour. Okay, so that didn't trigger production. So, placeables. What is delivery mapping? I don't know. I don't even know what this is. How about reload placeables? It stopped. Silage. Why is this adjust store? Oh. How much wood do we have left? Let's bump up wood beams. This is the one thing we can't make with chips is beams. We have to use wood. So I'm gonna use the rest of the chips or the wood to make beams, and then I can use chips to make basically particle board. Okay, so finances. We're looking production costs. Boom! Look at that. We actually have a production cost. Okay, so if we fast forward another hour, And I was gonna zip through today anyway. Okay, so 77,000. Okay, so we definitely had a biogas plant incomes. Wow, 16 grand. Harvest income, we sold a little bit. But this, I'm happy to see that again. So what mod do you think caused that? And it's freaking raining again, even though, yeah, the game, they need to know like what weather is. Like, it's literally raining right now. You look, you can hear it. You can barely see the water. Very, very subtle, but yeah, no, like, really? It's raining? So let's save it. And I know this is why debugging these problems is so annoying, because this game just takes forever to do anything. So now we should reload, and I want to add not this one. The one that I really want is that distribution redux. I want to see if this is the one that's causing it. Now, it could be a simple, like, because I spent a year not playing this, and then I loaded up the same map, by resetting all of the production points, I could have, like, awakened the game again and said, oh, these are all the values, right? So, it could easily be that. But I want to re-add these to see, like, hey, are we getting in progress? And if we run into one where suddenly from 1 hour to the next we're not increasing the production costs, even though the thing doesn't pop up production costs, because we're actually making more money for that hour for the sales than we spent. So I might turn off maybe the biogas plant just to see if we then can see that value of what it costs for that hour. Okay. So now we have the production back on again. Or the distribution mod again. Store the TMR. Store. I don't have any grass. Solid fertilizer. Hold. Hold. I'm really hoping I know what hold means. Hold. Let's turn this one off. This one is still on. Now, if I turn this one on, it's so damned expensive that I mean it should create a pretty big blip in my finances. Right? Store or hold. Damn it. I didn't want to spawn the pallets. Game, you damn it. Immediately was like, oh, you could spawn the pallets. No, I don't want to spawn the pallets, please. Yeah, we have 21 million liters of TMR, which is crazy. That's a lot of TMR. And there's another 800,000 in here. So we're doing pretty good. Okay. I'm sorry. What? Why did you stop? Home farm. There you go. I was wondering why the hell this thing didn't do anything. Okay, let's zip through time here. Wage payment, distribution costs, finances, not changed. God damn it. It was 77 before, right? I'll zippity doo dah one more month. $77. Well, we found the mod. We found the mod that does it. New issue. V 1.00.1. All active productions cost $0. After realizing none of my productions cost anything in my finances tab. After realizing none of my production cost anything in my finances tab, I started to narrow down what mod might cause the issue. I disabled all production-based mods, reloaded, reset all productions, and sure enough, what is that line item called? Production cost? Production costs. Production costs line item once again showed a cost. I re-enabled this mod. Reloaded the map. And after an in-game hour, production costs was unchanged. Per hour. Noticeable. Really? I spelled that wrong? Noticeable. ICEA. Oh. After realizing none of my productions cost anything in my finances tab, I started to narrow down what mod might cause the issue. I disabled all production-based mods, reloaded. Oh, I got a comma in there. Reloaded, reset all productions, and sure enough, production costs line item once again showed a cost. I re-enabled this mod, and only this mod, reloaded the map, and after an in-game hour, production costs line item was unchanged, indicating none of my productions cost anything to have enabled. Some of my productions cost tens of thousands per month to run, so costs should be significant and noticeable per hour. I would say that's a pretty big issue. I can't believe this person. I learned about this mod because the guy who made it posted a couple videos on it. How have you not seen this? How have you not noticed that your production costs are zero? I don't care, okay, if your income from a production exceeds your production costs, that you don't get the notification, that's irrelevant. The fact that it's not in the line item means the game is not even calculating it. It's not even saying this production costs this much, add all of these up. There's something this mod does, because what this mod does is completely replace the production management system, right? The distribution system for the game. So somewhere in his code, he's not applying costs to this line item, and it's not appearing, right? So if I were to enable the crazy expensive production here, okay, so now this production, I have the fertilizer disabled. So nothing in here should be selling. For some reason, the digestate disappeared from here. Please tell me, where's the fertilizer? What happened to the digestate in here? Did it sell? Did it sell the digestate? Sold. Property income. Harvest income. Bioglass. Please, God, tell me it didn't sell all of that digestate. There was like 500,000 liters in here. No, there was more than that. There was over 1 million liters in here. What would 1 million liters of digestate cost? Digestate. I'm so glad they put these in alphabetical order now. Digestate is not expensive, but 1 million liters of this would have been, I don't know, $31,000. I think it sold it. I honestly think it sold it. I'm going to click on the right one here at some point. Yeah, look at this one. $300,000 per month to run this. Trust me, you're still going to make a profit, but you need some money to outlay it first. Again, another big one. $336,000 to make clothes. Well, it's a intensive process. It's gonna be not cheap. But yeah, all of these are slightly different prices because they're all different profit margins. So, you got to pick and choose. Okay, so we have biogas is disabled. I hope to God this went somewhere. Like the fertilizer production, yeah, we've got 500,000 in here, but I know I'm pretty sure that there was a healthy amount. What I'm going to do is not save the game. So I've enabled the crazy expensive one here, right? And we'll see in a month. We're going to look at this 77,000 here, and we're going to see yeah, unchanged. Completely unchanged. Um And now we have 16,000 liters of prefab wall. We have 16 pallets of prefab wall that we can sell. And these things, the reason why this is so expensive to run, if I can find the right tab, is prefab wall is very valuable, right? Doesn't fluctuate. This is way more extreme. Like, this is literally $80 difference between these two. Not really that big of a difference, but very, very valuable. I could actually sell those 16 pallets right now for 30, 40, 50, no, $38,000. 16 times 3. 16 times 3, 16, 32, 48. So like 48 grand. So 1 hour's worth, I could sell for 48 grand. That's why that's $200,000, $250,000 to run. It's crazy. But you have to have the money to get the product to sell. Like, it's just a balance, right? It's a balance. Ooh, that's a good contract. But we can't, like, I don't want to save it in the state. Okay. So the problem is that mod, the distribution redo redux, I don't even know how people say this anymore. It's zeroing out, it's not taking into account the cost of production. And I don't know why. It makes no sense. Turkish proverb, devil intervenes in the work you do. Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at the distribution redux mod. Honestly, I haven't looked. The guy claims he didn't use AI. I mean, I could look at his code. Let's see. I could glance at his code here. He's got bug fixes. What bug fixes? Changelog fixed. This is an unreleased change. Corrected some broken calculations, causing all pallets work. Okay. Added more information. Building. Fixed animal. It's all animal stuff. Added numerous checks. It's all based on the animal stuff. Um, so nothing in the changelog for 1.1 related to production costs, which is weird. You would think that people would have noticed this. Like, I can't be alone in this. And somebody, like, if you have a little private game, like, find that mod. It's on the mod hub, and I was on 1001. Load that mod up, get the mod, load it up on your test world. You don't have to save it, but load it up on your test world if you have productions going, right? A brand new game, you're not going to run into this because you're not going to have any productions. It would take a little bit of, like, debugging, like using like F12, the power tools, to like give yourself a bunch of hay and you're like try to fill up these productions. But if you have productions going and you have that line item, production costs, right? Because I know the base game, I mean, the production costs are minuscule. It's like $15 an hour to run some of the base game productions. Ludicrous how cheap it is to run the base game productions. It's so ludicrous. It's like there's no business that exists that the cost per hour to run is $15. Like, oh, you want to make this like wheat into flour, $26 an hour. Like, what? The electricity costs would exceed that. It's great. It's asinine how cheap it is to produce anything in the game. It's so backwards with how the real world works. Anyway, so you have that production costs variable, right? Add this mod as a test, as a third party validation test. Add this mod, distribution redux. I'll even show you the icon again. This one here. Add that mod, or load your map, enable that mod, and just check your production cost value. Run it for an hour, speed up time, go an hour, and then the next hour when it rolls over, see if that production cost change. Because what I'm seeing is that number doesn't change. It doesn't give you production costs when the hour rolls over. It stays the same, which means somewhere behind the scenes, that number was not being used as a cost. It wasn't even included in the calculation. So let me look at any mods come out in the time latest. Let's see. I don't see anything new. Used. Yeah, I don't see anything. I do want to look at categories. I've been really underwhelmed with the balers. Round balers. I don't think what I wanted was in here. I've tried this Pro Bale. The problem I have with a lot of these balers, and this is the baling contract that I had to cancel. I spent 2 hours on this baling contract, and I ended up having to cancel it because it wouldn't complete. The pickups, the little pickup on the bottom here, when you're driving, it randomly bounces. And for some reason, when these modders do this, they tie the volume, right? The area that actually affects the area that picks that up. When that thing bounces, it goes up in the air and it skips a chunk of ground. Well, whoever makes these mods to run fast, to go fast, doesn't compensate for that. They don't make that volume bigger or deeper or however they do it. For some reason, they do that so you skip grass or whatever it is, right? You skip it, and now you have all this skipped stuff in the field. And it's like, either remove the pickup altogether, and I don't know, I actually looked to see if there was like XML code, like what modifies that pickup, like what in the stupid physics engine is doing that. And I was trying to explicitly stop that. The pickup goes down and it stays down. Stop bouncing. And I couldn't figure out how to do that. But I was having a problem with balers. Trying to do it fast. But I tried the fast bale. It's funny, the fast bale fast bale 17 kilometers an hour. That is 9 miles an hour? Somewhere in there? 9 or 10? That's not fast. That's not a fast bale. Now, I seem to remember there was a quick bale for FS22. And there was a quick bale. Like somebody had re-added and redone the mod. And I was like, they have to have that for in here. But this pro bale is about the best I could get. And it was up to 25 miles an hour, which was perfect. That's what I wanted. But at 25 miles an hour, it was unusable. Okay. Because at 25 miles an hour, that the pickup, the front pickup, this little Duvalac here out here in the front, bounces. It bounces. Now, the guys behind the Colossus mod, they have a baler. It's not in here because it's not a separate mod, but the Colossus mod has a baler that doesn't have a pickup, right? But it skips, for some reason, it skips material on the field. It skips it. You have these gaps. And for the life of me, I don't know why. I don't know why somebody hasn't fixed that. Why hasn't somebody fixed that? Because it should just be, here's the area, grab the stuff, don't worry about how bumpy the ground is, because it's just a random simulation anyway. It shouldn't matter. It's just a randomly generated number that causes that thing to bounce. It has no bearing on what the actual ground looks like. But people have done a lot of work. I mean, you have no idea how much work it takes. These are so much work and so much effort to do these. So I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to look out of the Mod Hub ecosystem for these curated mods. I'm gonna have to look elsewhere for my bale solution, because I really don't want to do it myself. But if I have to, I would rewrite the baler script and just be like, whatever function is bouncing that, just cut that out. Stop bouncing. Stop bouncing the freaking pickup, because it causes me so many problems. Anyway, that was a little rant. Sorry. But pretty much have all of the forage wagons I could ever want. There's so many different ones. There's so many of them. Grassland care. What is in here? Rollers. Well, that's cool. That's an old school farmer roller there. All of your old and busted tires from all of your other equipment goes into the roller. Any sweet windrowers? Wow. There's just so much stuff. There's so many things. Yeah, I don't think there's really much else. Vegetable, peas, sugarcane, olives. Seed production. What? Wheat and herbicide. But herbicide you can only get. Is there an herbicide factory? Because herbicide is you have to buy that anyway. I mean, it looks like he has a wood chips sort of situation here, but I don't know. I don't 100% know what that's all about. But yeah, it is fun going through like the mods and just kind of going through and seeing like stuff like this, like the amount of work, the amount of hours that it takes to do mods in this game is astronomical. It's modeling, organizing, texturing. The modders for this game put a huge amount of work in, to make these. And it's absolutely amazing. Advanced maintenance. If anybody wants hard mode, advanced maintenance. This is a brutal mod. If you want realism, this is your mod because it costs thousands upon thousands of dollars for maintaining your equipment. But and hopefully soon I'll have a mod in here somewhere. I don't know what category it'll be. I specified it as gameplay as the category, so basically where all the script mods I think go. Oh, there's so many. There's so many mods. Yeah, people figure out how to do the craziest stuff in this game. I should see if there's a good trailer mod that I could repurpose. Because my wood trailer that I showed off earlier, I brought that in from FS25, and I don't know the whole texturing stuff. Texturing wheels. So I'd need like another trailer like this. Similar to this. But just like a box trailer that I could then add all of the custom specializations and all the work that goes into getting it to be able to do that. It's quite a lot of work. But like something like this, right? This 100% looks like somebody took that old one and made it this one. But dry van freezer trailer. So I could look at this. Let me download this one. Just to peek at it. But I'd have to do a whole bunch of work for like the sticker on the sides and stuff like that. Like that would be a lot of work. I don't know if I want to do that. That would be a huge amount of work. I don't see any other normal box trailers in here at all. Yeah, I don't see any more. All the rest, I guess, are all fine. The only other thing I wish Giants would actually do is I wish they would allow even a small amount of feedback or comment section or something with these mods, because the modding community for this game is one of like the most hidden things that, like, I don't know, like Chris S and Riley S with the Colossus mod, like where do I go to like give them feedback and say, hey, on your forage wagon that holds 5 million liters, can you please increase the discharge rate of that? Like, I know how easy it is. I've done it myself. I know what it takes to do it. It's not that hard. Can we please have more than 1,000 liters per second discharge on something that's 5 million liters? Right? I don't want it to take a half an hour to drain a trailer. I want to be able to drain this thing. Right? They've done it for their other trailer. The forage wagon specifically, for some reason, it takes forever to drain those things. For no reason. There's no logical reason why they didn't do that. They just probably forgot. So it's just frustrating. I don't know what these are. Changeable beds? Probably. Yeah. Auger wagons. Yeah. Trailers. Oh, I already looked at that. No, I didn't. Mostly. Oh, that's crazy. Why would you need to do that though? Wow. There's a lot of trailers in here. Holy cow, look at how many trailers there are in here. It's funny how some mod categories are just crazy how much there is in them. And then other mod categories are like, whatever. This is a lot of trailers, everybody. This is way too many trailers. Like skid steer. Oh, there's just this many skid steers. Or forklifts. Forklifts is like, oh. telehandlers. A lot of these. Ah, yeah, so much to do. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know, like, how many of you out there, when you're looking for mods and you're looking for things, how many go for just whatever is the biggest and the best, right? Biggest and fastest, over, like, more subtle aesthetics, either brand, realism, like, just the. Like what's the most popular? Right? Something like this huge cultivator, or this tiny little thing. You know how long it would take, even if you had 5 of these in a field? It would. This is where the game caters to super duper tiny fields. You have a ton of equipment that caters to very, very tiny fields. But like the plows, right? So the MT in here, wherever it is, the one I customized. Oh, there's a 10 meter. Nice. $10.5 meters. That's not bad. I mean, I know plows realistically. There's the MT or SM. This is the one I edited, so my version has the collision taken away. So you can. Because it doesn't fold very well, it sticks way out from the tractors. Anytime I was running like auto drive, it was literally hitting every tree and street sign. Right? And it was getting stuck constantly. It was nearly impossible to run with auto drive. So I edited it and took the collisions away from the wings, so you can just drive right through stuff. So it was just for auto drive that I did that. But like, look at it, like this, you know how long it would take to do a field, like even the field that this tractor is on, hours and hours and hours. Hours and hours. You must have a near infinite amount of patience. But I got this one too. 12 meters, that's pretty good. It's about half of what this guy does. This is 22 meters. Actually, one of these is 22. The other one is like 24, 25. But I know, like, realistically, if you had a plow, a subsoiler like that big, you would need an impossibly large tractor. Right? Just the amount of torque you need, horsepower you need to get through the ground. I know it's not realistic, which is why most plows are tiny, because it's like you need a huge amount of energy, of force to pull something through the ground like that. It takes a huge amount of force. So I understand, but you know, I have a finite amount of time and life in me. I don't want to spend it plowing, you know, endless amounts of fields. I just don't. This is the one I edited. What I do is I find like the widest, the one that does the most area, and that's the one I use and edit. Because it's like, this one is 27 meters wide. Right? For that weeder. And then when I edited it, right, I also made it a hoe. So I can do small and medium. So this one only does small weeds. It's only a weeder, right, which only does small. In order to do medium, you have to use what the game dubs a hoe, HOE, right? I don't even think there's a category. There's not even a category for them. They're so rare. There's literally one in the base game. One. So when I edited the Elmers, I also made it a hoe. So it's a really nice piece of equipment. So it's all good. But yeah, we'll see what this we'll see what this mod author does. You know, I'm really hoping he's on the ball. I mean, last update was 2 days ago, right? The last push to his code base was 2 days ago. 1.02. Yeah, nothing 1.1, nothing in here about production costs at all. So we'll see. But I think that's going to do it for today, everybody. Like, I don't know. I wanna see if they fix that bug, because I do. I actually want my productions to cost me something. Maybe I'll peek at the code or something in this mod and see if I can find why. Like, what is it about this? Although, like, he's got a lot. There's the scripts in here are pretty big. It let me peek at his mod description. Yeah, I think it was AI. I think a huge part of this was AI. Yeah. I won't say definitively. But the consistency of comments and how they are and how they read, right? Comments, when I do comments in my code, right, that's, for one, it's not consistent, right? There are functions that I don't comment, there are functions that I do, there are some variables that I comment on and some variables that I don't. All right, so let me switch you over to the desktop here, so to show you an example. Okay, so this is that distribution redux. So what I mean is we have comments for the whole file. Okay, this is smartdistribution.lua. So we have a bunch of comments here, which, more or less can be like a person could have done these comments realistically. Like, there are some programmers that are that consistent, right? But then we look at another one of their code, like distribution limits. Now we have the exact same pattern. But if we look at like this one, we have a comment on all of these, right? Distribution cost enabled, right? If you look at a programmer's comments, it's usually things that are ambiguous or non-obvious, right? If a variable reads as if it is what it is, and just distribution cost base, well, this doesn't necessarily mean a comment, right? It doesn't necessarily need one. And then you look and you're like, okay, like what is going on here? And every function, right? Every function has this comment set. And it's like, to me, I'm just looking at this going, I guess there are a couple that don't have them. But like something like this, that's a huge amount of things. And then why is this misspelled? Productions? I don't know. It's just like, I read this, I'm like, this is really suspicious. But it's very much not guaranteed. And then I look at the mod description and we have this, right? But why have this? Mod description 92 loads on every FS22 patch. This is mod description 110. It has to be 110, right? In order to pass the checker, right? The test runner, which is what Giants uses, in order to pass, you have to have 110 in here. You have to. So why this? This is an unnecessary description. This is like an AI telling itself why it's 110 and not something else. And then we have like comments inside of here. On some, I just don't know. But the one mod that I know was AI generated was that InstaWash mod, because it screams AI generated. Everything about that mod is AI generated. Like, it just looks like it. So, and it's not necessarily a criticism, but it is like, at least say something. Say, hey, AI helped me make this, or blah 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 blah. But my experience with AI generation has been a nightmare. So I don't know what they're using to do it, because I can never make it work. It never does what I want it to do. So I always end up going back and redoing everything anyway. So it's I don't know. But yeah, this is the mod. I did post the issue here. All active production costs $0. Okay. So yeah, I don't understand what's going on. But yeah, I don't really want to push huge volumes of production, especially expensive productions, without it actually costing money. Because it's like, this is the whole point of the rebalance that I did, to actually cost money. So it's unfortunate, because this really was a handy mod. It would be really nice. But I could play without it, but it's supper time and it's treat time. said the keywords. It's treat time. She's going to come out of the woodworks now. But yeah, we are going to end it here. And then Wednesday, I'm going to really try to get back into the groove of things. And I really want to get that storage drawers mod, vintage drawers done. Get the bugs and stuff ironed out. Get it feature complete. And then get it posted on the mod hub for people to, people to use. So it's quite a bit of work left to do in it. But it was a commission job, so I want to be able to get it done. So yeah, look for that on Wednesday. Otherwise, stay cool, everybody. And yeah, hope to see everybody back here on Wednesday.